Tranche looked around and said, "Is this the demon land? Have the people from the skeleton mercenary corps been here?" "How is it?" Yunxiao asked Yifan. "Can you sense it?" Yifan closed his eyes and thought for a while. "Not bad. Your senses are stronger." He looked at the boundless demon plains and sighed. "I didn't expect our ancestors' treasure to be hidden in this boundless demon land. Our ancestor was a peerless talent and ruled an era. As a descendant, I'm weak and can't even find what my ancestors left behind. I'm really ashamed of my ancestors." Noah's ship disappeared after Master Yinantian disappeared. Jar comforted him. "How can you blame it on yourself? Moreover, with the appearance of Noah's ship this time, we'll do our best to assist young Lord in obtaining the ultimate treasure and revive the glory of the sacred fire palace." Suddenly, Yunxiao was moved. Yinanshan's final destination was Lao Ai, he said. Yifan looked at him and sighed. "I don't know. It was said that their ancestors had entered the divine realm and entered the supreme divine Tao for eternity. But in fact, the later generations had searched for a large amount of information, but it didn't seem to be the case. I can't tell you the exact details at the moment, but there are some notes in the ancestors' notes about breaking through to godhood. I can't understand them, but they seem to be missing something." "What is it?" Yunxiao's heart trembled. Yinanshan's personal notes were extremely important to him, even more important than Noah's ship. Yifan and the others were too different in cultivation. They naturally did not understand the importance of this. As for Yunxiao, he used to be a peak expert of the Nine Heavens realm, and the records in his personal notes about breaking through to the immortal realm were priceless treasures. After all, Yinantian was one of the few cultivators who had entered the immortal state in the history. "Yifan," he said solemnly. "Yifan, can I take a look at the letter?" Yifan frowned. "That letter records all kinds of experiences of our ancestors. It's fine to lend it to young Master Yun. But I didn't bring it with me, and left it in the Temple of Holy Fire. Young Master Yun, you can come to the Temple of Holy Fire for a visit in the future. You're free to take a look." Yunxiao nodded heavily, but he thought to himself, "I'm not going to let you go." This was troublesome. It seemed that he had to think of a way to save these people's lives. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to read those letters. At the same time, he also thought of the other powerhouses in history. He wondered if they had also left behind all kinds of insights. In the future, if he had the opportunity, he would definitely visit their descendants. Qi Guang suddenly said, "The letter left by our ancestor, Yinantian, is extremely precious. You can't show it to outsiders. But if young Master Yun helps us obtain Noah's ship, we can naturally watch it." Yunxiao sneered in his heart and said, "That's only natural. Our goals don't conflict. You have Noah's ship, I'm just studying the structure." "You're just a little alchemist," Fengzhu snorted. "How can you study Noah's ship? Can you understand it?" Yunxiao's face gradually turned cold as he said, "Fengzhu, I think you didn't take your medicine today, or you took the wrong medicine. Don't think that you're a martial honor and are used to being arrogant in the Temple of Holy Fire. Let me tell you, your strength is nothing on the heavenly martial continent. Even the heavenly martial continent is nothing in my eyes, let alone the heavenly martial continent." He stretched out a finger and shook it contemptuously, revealing a mocking expression. Fengzhu flew into a rage. Yunxiao was right. He was used to being arrogant in the Temple of Holy Fire, and no one had ever dared to show off in front of him, nor had anyone dared to talk back to him. "Boy, you're courting death. Don't think that without you we won't be able to find Noah's ship. You have no value in front of this old man. Stop!" Yifan was shocked. He knew that Fengzhu's temper wasn't good and he would attack easily, but he could no longer stop it. Fengzhu's domain power spread out in an instant and pressed down on Yunxiao. "Young master, don't worry. I'm just going to teach him a lesson, so that he knows how to respect his seniors." Yunxiao sneered. The power of a domain was absolutely fatal to any warrior below the rank of martial honor. However, it was a piece of cake for him. Whether it was the Divine Realm Tablet's territory power or his divine body, he could easily restrain them. Fengzhu grinned hideously, as if he could already see Yunxiao's face begging for mercy. Suddenly, his face flickered. and he stared at Yuanxiao with his eyes wide open. Yuanxiao frowned slightly and thought, I haven't even used my divine body yet. I can withstand your domain with just my mighty body. So there's no need to be so surprised, right? People from a small place were indeed from a small place. It was rare to see people from a small place, and they often blamed the country bumpkins. He immediately realized that something was wrong. Not only Feng Zhu, but Yi Fan, Tao Can, and everyone else looked at him in shock. To be exact, everyone behind him was trembling in fear. Feng Zhu also retracted his domain instantly. He was on high alert and his body was trembling. Yuanxiao's first reaction was to trick him into turning around, because even with his sensitive divine sense, he had not detected anything, so there should not be any powerful existence behind him. However, these people in front of him were all honest and simple. How could they lie in such an orderly manner? He hurriedly turned his head, and his mouth instantly opened wide. His entire person was completely stunned. Behind him, a huge shadow appeared in the sky and slowly moved. From its shape, they could only tell that it was some kind of demonic beast, but it was too big to be recognized. It covered the sky and slowly wandered in front of them. To Yuanxiao's surprise, he could not sense the slightest aura from such a huge demon beast. If he had not seen it with his eyes, he would not have known that there was something in the sky. The 8 of them stood in a daze on the boundless demon land, looking at the demonic beast flying slowly in the sky. Moving was more appropriate because its speed was extremely slow. It blocked the sun and made it look like the night. After an unknown period of time, the sun suddenly began to shine down. At the edge of the light, the body of the demonic beast gradually disappeared. The visual effect was that the demonic beast was slowly melting under the light, but in fact it was impossible. It was as if the demonic beast's body was slowly flying into the sun and could no longer be seen. However, the 8 of them were all experts, and their eyes were far sharper than ordinary people's. The demonic beast did not fly into the sunlight, but slowly disappeared into the sky, as if it had escaped into the void. However, no matter how they tried to sense it, they could not detect the void coordinates. Furthermore, the surroundings were quiet and there were no spatial fluctuations. Suddenly, the demonic dragon's voice was heard. He said in an extremely shocked tone, "Wu, this is actually the legendary demonic beast Wu, boundless beast." Yuanxiao quickly searched through his mind, but he could not find any impression of this demon beast. "How much do you know? Hurry up and say it." The existence of this demonic beast was beyond his understanding. The demonic dragon was still in shock, and it took a long time for him to come back to his senses. Nothingness is the true spirit of the heavens and earth. True spirit. Yuanxiao was startled and almost cried out. His expression turned to one of shock as he transmitted a message. "Are you sure this is a true spirit? A 10-point immortal state true spirit being? How can there be a real spirit in the current realm of heavenly martial arts?" It was no wonder he had lost his composure. True spirit referred to those powerful existences who were born from heaven and earth in ancient times. For example, deities of the 10 regions realm such as phoenixes and true dragons. In the passage of countless years, true spirits only existed in legends. There were even constant speculations and suspicions about whether those ancient true spirits had really existed in the heavenly martial arts realm. However, the continuous appearance of true spirit ruins still provided strong evidence. But now, a living true spirit had appeared in front of him. How could Yuanxiao remain calm? If it wasn't for the demon dragon, he would never have believed it. Even now, he still found it unbelievable. He couldn't calm down as he stared blankly at the sky, at the huge existence that was disappearing bit by bit. Wu is indeed one of the true spirits, but it's unknown if it's not an immortal state being. Among the many ancient true spirits, this was the most mysterious one. No one had ever seen him in action, and this true spirit seemed to have no intelligence, or rather, its intelligence was close to zero. Every time he appeared, he would just float in the space and then slowly disappear. He didn't disappear into the void, but he devoured himself. It devoured itself? Yuanxiao was dumbfounded. Devouring oneself? Isn't that suicide? That's what everyone thought at first. Demonic Dragon shook his head and said, but they later realized that this wasn't the case. There was once a powerful person who wanted to tame a Wu as his tamed beast. He used all kinds of methods and finally injured Wu. In the end, Wu slowly devoured him. After a long time, the next nun that appeared was actually injured. Later on, some people studied him. After all, the ancient true spirits were completely extinct. If he wanted to peek into the secrets of the immortal state, nothing had become his final choice. To everyone's shock, Wu's body actually contains a very strange space, which is different from what we usually call the void. After Wu's devoured himself, his entire body entered that space. I don't know how long it will take for him to come out again. Enter your own body? Xianxia was speechless for a while, but then he seemed to gradually understand. Then, how many of these nothingness beasts are there? How many? Perhaps there has only been one since ancient times. The demonic dragon laughed. One. Xianxia's face paled in horror as he looked at the huge black shadow in the sky and said in shock, doesn't that mean that he has experienced countless years? Is this the injured one you mentioned earlier? I think so. Demonic Dragon nodded. However, after so many years, very few people had seen the appearance of Wu, and most people did not recognize it. Don't worry, this Wu won't hurt anyone. He's just passing by. He was currently devouring her, and after devouring her, he would disappear. Who knows when you'll see him again? Maybe you won't have the chance in this lifetime. What was the point of being immortal after drifting in space for countless years? As expected, it was exactly as the demonic dragon had said. This Wu's huge body gradually disappeared under the sunlight, and no one would know that it was actually devouring itself. He did it day after day, year after year, and he didn't know when he would end. Look! This thing disappeared. Yifan's face was ashen. He could not come back to his senses. He said awkwardly, what is this thing? It's so huge. I've never heard of it. Tranche swallowed his saliva and realized that he was covered in cold sweat. He said, it seems that the demon land is more terrifying than we thought. It is indeed one of the most dangerous forbidden areas. Feng Zhu's face was also gloomy, as if he had not recovered from the shock just now. He no longer argued with Xianxia. Xianxia was also very disappointed. He had thought that he was standing at the peak of the Nine Heavens martial sovereign realm, and the entire heavenly martial realm was under his control. After his rebirth, he realized that the past was just a drop in the ocean, a frog at the bottom of a well, a laughingstock. Elder Feng, Yifan suddenly said, young Master Yun is a partner of the Temple of Holy Fire. We have a common goal, so we should help each other. And so far, it has been of great help to us in finding Noah's ship. I hope that everyone will not have any conflicts and find Noah's ship as soon as possible. Feng Zhu was stunned. He looked at Yifan in disbelief. This child, who had always been obedient to him and would never disobey him, was actually speaking to him like this. He was clearly accusing him of being in the wrong. After a short moment of daze, he looked at Yifan's calm face. He should have been angry, but for some reason, he didn't feel angry at all. Instead, he felt a sense of relief. It was as if he could see the child that he had raised with his own hands finally grow up. You're right, young master, he said indifferently. It was my fault earlier. I hope little brother Xianxia won't take offense. As soon as he said this, everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire was shocked and looked at Feng Zhu in disbelief. Qi Guang smiled slightly, as if he had understood his thoughts. Yifan was brought up by the two of them and they taught him all kinds of martial skills. The two of them had been in charge of all the things in the Temple of Holy Fire. Now that the child had grown up, he had to establish his prestige in the hearts of the people. The master of the Temple of Holy Fire was not them, but Yifan. Yifan's will was the highest order. This was the most important reason that made Feng Zhu lower his head. He wanted everyone to know that even he did not dare to disobey the young master's orders. This kind of apology was very inconsequential to Xianxia, but the other party was an old man, and he still needed these people to find Noah's ship, so he did not want to make things too awkward. Elder Phone, you're too polite. Yifan heaved a sigh of relief. He smiled. I hope everyone can work together. Our goal this time is the most important. You must not be distracted by other things. The atmosphere was much more harmonious than before. The only difference was that Yifan's status in everyone's hearts had increased greatly. Under Yifan's senses, the group started to fly towards the north of the demon land. Wu's appearance had already delayed them for a long time. If the group of warriors from the Gentle Song Forest had gone in the right direction, they would probably catch up soon. After the time it took to finish a cup of tea, a skeleton suddenly attracted everyone's attention. All kinds of demonic beasts could appear on the demon plains at any time, and it was a very normal phenomenon for many mercenary groups and adventurers to die. However, after a martial artist died, their bones would be quickly gnawed on by wild beasts. The skeleton below was well preserved, without any traces of being ravaged by wild beasts. There was only one reason for that. This skeleton had been a powerful martial artist in the past, so even after his death, he still retained his martial intent aura, which made the wild beasts not dare to follow him. He's actually a martial honor. Qi Guang felt the faint aura around the corpse and said in shock, the aura of a domain. Even a martial venerable has fallen. Although the demon plains was powerful, the strongest was only an 8th rank supreme level demonic beast. Even if a martial honor was no match for him, it would not be difficult for him to escape. How could he have fallen? Yunxiao's face was unusually serious as he examined the skeleton. There was a big hole in its chest, and its heart had burst. It was obvious that he had been punched in the back. There was still fear and unwillingness on his face, as if he could not believe that he would die. Tranche sucked in a breath of cold air and felt a chill all over his body. He exclaimed in horror. He actually died in one move? Looking at the wound, it should be a human's fist force. Who could kill a revered martial artist with one punch? Not only him, everyone's hearts felt unusually heavy. If they were fighting at the same level, even if he succeeded in a sneak attack, it would be impossible to kill the other party with one punch. There was only one explanation, and that was that the person who threw the punch was not only a sneak attack, but was also much stronger than the dead person, which was why he could kill him with one punch. Yifan could not believe it. Could it be a martial sovereign? Did a martial sovereign really come to the demon land? Everyone fell silent. This speculation was like a huge rock pressing down on their hearts, making it difficult for them to breathe. A martial sovereign of the 9 heavens would be able to annihilate them all with just one move. Yun Xiao seemed to be looking for something, as he kept rummaging around the wounds of the corpse, his eyes shining. Young Master Yun, did you find anything? The jar noticed his excitement and couldn't help asking. Although they hadn't known each other for long, this young man was as steady as a mountain, and ordinary things couldn't move him at all. I think I already know who killed him, Yun Xiao said after a moment of silence. Who is it? Everyone was shocked at the same time, and all eyes were fixed on him. Yun Xiao put on a relaxed smile and said, this is an extremely ordinary Vajra fist, but its realm is no less than that of a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens. The only one who can use the Vajra fist in such a domineering and invincible manner is the leader of our rookie mercenary group, Haolian Xiaohuang. Yun Xiao's heart was filled with ripples, and he could not calm down. Yun Xiao had forced the young emperor to practice the Vajra fist 1,000 times a day. There were millions of martial arts techniques in the world, but all of them were the same. The comprehension of martial essence was the most important. The time of death of this revered martial artist should have been a week ago, which was after he came to the Soft Song Woodland. 2 things could be confirmed. One was that nothing had happened to Haolian Xiaohuang, and the other was that many people wanted him to be in trouble. Yun Xiao's eyes grew cold as he said in his heart, no matter who you are or what power you have, if you dare to touch my disciple, your fate is already decided. Why your regiment commander? Lord Haolian? The jar stammered a few times before he said in shock. Didn't Lord Haolian go into seclusion to break through to the martial supreme realm? Could it be that the closed-door training ground is a bit strange? Yes, Yun Xiao murmured. It should be in this demon land. If one wanted to break through to the rank of a martial supreme, one could not just rely on closed-door cultivation. One would need an extremely great opportunity. He's in the demon land to find his own fortune. The hearts of the people from the Hall of Holy Fire were still heavy. However, the other party was only a captain. If Haolian Xiaowang had any intention of spying on Noah's ship, he could do nothing as a captain. Also, how could a martial supreme who was about to break through to the martial supreme realm not have any interest in Noah's ship? Yun Xiao could see the concern in everyone's eyes, so he smiled confidently and said, "Don't worry, everyone. My rookie mercenary group is a group of people who keep their word. I also have the right to speak on behalf of the guild leader. Since we've reached a cooperative relationship, I'll definitely keep my promise." "I'm relieved to hear that, young Master Yun," Yifan said with a bitter smile. However, he didn't look at all at ease, and his smile was extremely forced. Everyone gathered their emotions and was about to continue following Yifan's senses when a strange phenomenon appeared in the sky. Dark clouds surged and the sky turned dark. What's going on? Could it be that Wu is here again? Yun Xiao looked up at the sky in surprise and saw purple stripes beginning to appear in the dusky sky, spreading out like a fishing net. The space was constantly torn apart and all kinds of negative energy were seeping in. Not good. "It's an interprovince transportation formation," exclaimed the earthen jar in shock. "People from the other 3 regions have entered." From the purple lines, the heads of some battleships could be seen. From their appearance, they were 8th-grade netherworld battleships. A powerful weapon charm rippled out in the space, pressing down on the hearts of Yun Xiao and the others, and their faces grew uglier and uglier. The muddy waters of the demon plains were getting more and more muddled. Soon, the purple runes disappeared, and the sky returned to normal. An 8th-grade warship and 2 7th-grade Golden Sun warships appeared. The 3 battleships were connected from the front and back, covering the sky and the sun as if they were non-existent. They covered the earth as if it was night, without any sunlight. A figure seemed to be flashing on the 3 warships, and he had already discovered Yun Xiao and the others below. A man in white with long hair that reached his shoulders appeared at the bow of the Netherworld warship, looking down coldly. The man raised his hand and waved it down. The 3 battleships immediately started to move. The complicated arrays on them turned, and all kinds of energy spread out. A small golden formation lit up at the front of the 2 Golden Sun warships. Suddenly, a powerful beam of light shot down, and the huge warships were pushed back slightly by the backlash. 2 powerful beams of light shot down toward Yun Xiao and the others, illuminating the dark sky as if it were daytime. The Golden Sun warship's red air attack. "Everyone, run!" The jar shouted and retreated as if he was flying. All 8 of them flew up and fled as fast as they could. The powerful pressure from the impact was enough to kill any powerhouse below the rank of a martial honor. Boom! The 2 attacks landed directly on the demon plains and bloomed like a golden lotus. Violent energy connected together and spread in all directions. The sound was deafening and the light was blinding. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire was a martial royal realm expert. Although this super-powerful attack was powerful, it was not difficult to avoid it. A bottomless black hole was blasted open on the ground by the 2 connected attacks. The martial venerable's body was also instantly reduced to ashes, leaving nothing behind. Right at this moment, the bow of the Netherworld warship emitted a powerful green light. An extremely overbearing attack was gathering energy in a dark green formation. The light it emitted was like the sun, illuminating the entire dusky sky as if it was daytime. Netherworld strike. The Netherworld battleship was like a monster in the sky, spitting out an attack from its mouth. It was like a god of thunder descending from the heavens. The range of the attack was even greater than the combined attack of the Golden Sun warship. The power of the light increased exponentially. Wherever the light passed through, the space would break apart and shatter like water. Moreover, the attack was aimed at the 3 martial royal realm experts. Maybe the other party felt that this attack was not enough to kill Wu Zun, so he killed a few ants first. Yifan was one of the 3. Feng Zhu and Qi Guang were both shocked, and their auras burst out violently, wanting to rescue him. Yifan himself was also frightened, but he quickly calmed down. His feet moved in a series of magical steps. These steps seemed to have space attributes, and in a few steps he actually walked out of the attack range. The other two martial emperors, on the other hand, were not as powerful. They were immediately drenched in cold sweat. Not only was the attack extremely powerful, but it also carried a rolling power that suppressed their movements, making it extremely difficult for them to even move. Just as they were in despair, a black shadow appeared above them and suddenly grew bigger. It was actually an ancient bell that fell towards them and instantly covered them. Boom! The Netherworld's attack landed on the ancient bell, and a powerful energy burst out. There were also extremely powerful sound waves that spread out, and circles of black patterns appeared around the ancient bell. They were actually spatial cracks that had been created by the pressure of the sound waves and energy. The crack continued to tear apart, devouring all kinds of energy. Although the ancient bell was standing on the ground, it did not seem to be in this space. It was not affected by the tearing force at all and was as still as a mountain. The energy struck for a long time before it gradually dissipated. All the ground around the black pits created by the previous two attacks had been shattered into powder, except for the area covered by the ancient bell. It formed a huge ring-shaped natural chasm that spread far and wide. The pupils of the white-robed man on the Netherworld battleship shrank. He stared at the ancient bell with a shocked expression. The attack just now was the strongest attack from the 8th grade battleship, but the bell was not damaged at all. The only reason was because of the Swan NI. 9th tier profound armament. The white-robed man's expression changed in shock. His long hair fluttered in the air despite the lack of wind. With a flash of white light, he appeared beside the dynasty bell. His eyes were filled with shock and joy as his gaze flickered on the bell. "It's my ancient clock. What are you looking at? I'm going to blind your dog eyes." At some point, Xianxia had appeared above the dynasty bell and stomped down. A ray of golden light spread out from under his feet, and the characters on the dynasty bell flickered down. The ancient bell rang gently, as if thousands of years had passed by in an endless era under this ancient sound. A dynasty is a century. The white-robed man's face was filled with shock. He was caught off guard by the sound of the bell, and the light in his eyes became ancient and simple, as if time was rapidly passing through his body. After stomping on the ground, Xianxia flipped in the air, grabbed the bell with one hand, and smashed it at the man's head. The two martial emperors of the Temple of Holy Fire were stunned, not knowing what had happened. "Woof! A mere ant dares to attack me." The long-haired man in white instantly came to his senses. His turbid eyes immediately became clear, and his face revealed a cold and arrogant expression. He immediately threw a punch. With this punch, the power of the domain also stretched out, covering everything in the world. Dang! As soon as the dynasty bell was thrown out, it was hit by the other party's fist force, which triggered a powerful sound wave that shook the surroundings. The force was so strong that it penetrated the ancient bell and reached Xianxia's body, sending him flying backward. His bones were about to break, and his skin was cracking. At this time, the people of the Hall of Holy Fire also reacted, especially the two martial honors, Fengzhu and Qiguang. They attacked together in anger and spread the power of their domains. Under the joint efforts of the two, they immediately suppressed the domain around the man in white and rapidly shrank. Mountain Stream. Army Obliteration. Fengzhu struck out with his palm, and a strong wind spread around his palm, forming many large and small circles that were continuous. Qiguang activated his sword art and flew up. The nearly transparent sword in his hand swept out, covering all the vital points of the man in white. The man in white was shocked. The two martial venerables had completely suppressed him when they joined forces. He did not dare to be careless and quickly circulated his strength. His fists were like the wind, showing black and white colors. The black was like ink as it attacked Fengzhu, while the white was like smoke as it attacked Qiguang. As soon as the black and white fists were thrown out, the situation of being suppressed immediately reversed. The three forces met in the air, and a powerful spiritual pressure appeared at the point of contact, spreading out in the air like a spider web. Feng and Qi were both shocked and furious. The other party had actually suppressed the two of them alone. The man in white was also shocked. The two of them were just ordinary 2-star Martial Supremes, while he was a peak 3-star Martial Venerable. He couldn't even suppress them. One star was a world, and the higher one went, the greater the gap. At this moment, more than 10 beams of light flashed down from the 3 battleships in the sky. Each of them exuded a powerful aura as they flew toward the man in white. "You guys go and kill those small fries. Leave these 2 old fogies to me," the white-robed man shouted coldly. His subordinates were all martial emperors. They would only be cannon fodder if they joined the battle. He relied on his advantage of being 1 star higher. Although he was slower, he had enough confidence to kill the 2 people in front of him. Feng and Qi were shocked. There was no lack of peak martial emperor Qi in those beams of light. Any one of them would be enough to make Yifan and the others suffer. At this time, the 3 battleships in the sky started to move again, aiming their attack formations at Yifan and the others. "This is bad. We can't hold back anymore, or the young lord will be in danger," Feng Zhu said angrily. The white-robed man found it extremely comical. He laughed out of anger. "2 old fogies, stop pretending. Are you saying that you've been merciful? Use that sacred skill," Qi Guang also said solemnly. The sword in his hand flashed, and the white fist force was swept away. Streams of sword intent spread out from the sword. He gently waved the sword. Although it was very slow and did not seem to have any power, there seemed to be some kind of rule contained within each sword. Feng Zhu also shook off the black aura, and his arms began to dance like snakes. They were also moving extremely slowly, but his aura was completely different from before. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as he watched from a distance. This so-called saint skill was actually a martial skill that drew upon the laws of heaven and earth. The inheritance of a peerless martial emperor was indeed something. The man in white also noticed that something was wrong. He formed a seal with his hands, and several streams of qi burst out from his body and pressed toward the 2. However, no matter how much he increased his power, he could not get close to the 2. It was as if an extremely powerful force appeared around them, invulnerable to all techniques. Not good. The white-robed man's expression finally changed. He turned around and rushed toward the Netherworld warship. You want to escape? High mountains and flowing water. Army obliteration. It was exactly the same move as before, but this time, there was a special charm to it, making people look extremely pleasing to the eye. It was like every punch and sword, every movement was so beautiful, in line with the best aesthetic vision. "Fuck you, you old man." The white-robed man's face turned pale with shock. He turned around and roared in anger, 4-way explosion. He attacked with all his might. At this moment, the Netherworld battleship also shot out a beam of green light, which stacked with the force of the 4-way explosion and collided with Feng Qi and the other man's moves. Boom, boom, boom. The air current surged, and the surrounding cultivators all quickly retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire. Ha ha! The white-robed man's loud laughter rang out from the center of the energy. "I have the Netherworld battleship to help me. What can you do to me?" As soon as he finished laughing, the Netherworld battleship's rumbling sound suddenly came from the sky, as if it was under attack. The white-robed man and the dozen martial royal realm experts were shocked. They raised their heads and gasped in shock. The Divine Realm tablet turned into the same size as the Netherworld battleship, pressing on the Netherworld battleship and sinking to the ground rapidly. It was as if it was carrying an infinite weight and could not support it at all. The originally dark sky became even darker, and the Netherworld warship was rapidly sinking. If it fell, no one would be able to escape. What's going on? Hurry up and hold on. There were more than 30 different alchemists on the Netherworld battleship controlling all the parts of the ship, but no matter how much he screamed, he could not change the falling trend. Instead, it was getting faster and faster. "You shit-eating alchemists. I'm going to cut you up and feed you to the pigs. Usually I told you to maintain the starship well, but now it's actually broken under the pressure of a mysterious, profound level weapon." The white-robed man was furious. He knew that it was too late to turn back now. He left immediately and dashed towards the Golden Sun battleship. No matter which faction they were from, the Netherworld battleship was in existence with an absolute foundation. They couldn't afford to lose it easily. The materials and labor cost to refine a Netherworld battleship was enough to refine more than 10 8th-tier profound armaments. The dozen martial royal realm experts' expressions changed drastically, and they fled in 2 directions. The Netherworld battleship was too big, and the direction it was falling toward was the huge pit it had created earlier. He didn't expect that the arrogant and overbearing attitude it had displayed earlier was actually to dig its own grave. Boom, boom, boom. A sorrowful roar came from the battleship. When profound armaments reached the 8th grade, they would have a certain level of spirituality, and the battleship was no exception. The sorrowful cry revealed the fear of being suppressed, and it seemed to be trembling under the divine realm tablet. Xianxia sneered from a distance and said, "Stop wailing, lying under my profound level weapon and wailing. This scene is really wretched." Everyone's head was spinning, but looking at the appearance of those two profound armaments, they really did seem a little interesting. However, they quickly came to their senses. This was not something interesting. The thing that was screaming in pain was an 8th grade netherworld warship. Their eyeballs were all smashed to pieces. A warship of such an existence was actually wailing? What was the jade tablet that was pressing down on him? The divine realm tablet pressed the netherworld battleship into the black hole and disappeared before everyone's eyes. On the Golden Sun warship, the white-robed man was completely stunned, and beads of cold sweat rolled down his forehead. It was an 8th-tier warship of immeasurable value with more than 30 alchemists on it. If it was lost, he would never be able to return to the sect. The sect master had to save himself the trouble of tearing him apart. An expert at the peak of the martial emperor realm on the warship also had a bad feeling. He said worriedly, "Sir Xianbing, if the netherworld battleship is damaged, we won't be able to report back." Boom! A roar came from the black hole, followed by the shaking of the ground and the sound of battleships shattering. From time to time, there were screams of humans. The white-robed man, Xianbing's heart also shattered as he felt the world spin around him. He was really done for this time. Although the black hole was too deep to see, he could already guess the situation inside. His eyes turned red and he shouted with all his strength, "Bastard! Animals! I'm going to kill you all!" He had thought that it would be a wonderful job, and he had specially dispatched the Netherworld warship and the Golden Sun warship from his sect to look majestic. But who knew that they would be destroyed by a group of inexplicable people as soon as they arrived in the demon land, and most of the alchemists were probably dead. Unless he completed the mission with an outstanding performance, he would be dead if he went back. "Lord Xianbing, that jade steel can suppress the Netherworld battleship, so it's very likely a 9th grade being. If we can get it, it will be enough to atone for the damage to the Netherworld warship and the death of many alchemists," the man at the peak of the martial emperor realm said. "Not bad." Xianbing's sorrowful expression quickly disappeared and was replaced by a look of anger. "And that ancient bell must also be a 9th-tier profound armament. Who were these people? He actually has more than one 9th-tier profound armament. It doesn't matter. Since we've already met, I'll kill them all." His eyes flashed with a sharp killing intent as he shouted, "Two battleships, keep firing. Let's see how long they can hold on. All of you, go down and kill all those trash." As for the two revered martial artists, Lao Ai, he said with a murderous aura, frowning as he thought for a moment, then angrily said, "I'm not going to let you go. I'll try my best to delay." Originally, two-star martial supremes were not his cup of wine. However, the other party's martial technique could actually condense the laws of heaven and earth. Even he did not dare to take it head-on. Xianbing was starting to regret his decision. He had come here with an awe-inspiring presence, but the two strongest two-star martial venerables were just pushovers. He had 3 powerful battleships, so it was a piece of cake to take them down. In the end, he failed to kill a single person, but his Netherworld warship and more than 30 alchemists were all killed. Now that the 2 martial supremes were being suppressed, the only advantage they had was the number of martial emperors and the 2 7th-grade Golden Sun warships. "Lord Xianbing, look!" a martial emperor powerhouse suddenly exclaimed with great shock. A beam of light shot out of the black hole. It was the divine realm tablet. Under the control of Yunxiao's incantation seal, it turned into a small mountain again and pressed down on the 2 Golden Sun warships. Although the battleships were powerful, the divine realm tablet that possessed the breathing earth was truly the nemesis of these battleships. What warship could withstand the infinite gravity? Although he could escape quickly, he would be completely restrained in a battle. "Kid, let's have a duel if you have the ability." Don't you dare hurt my battleship. Xianbing watched helplessly as the Divine Realm tablet fell on another battleship. Under the control of the person inside, the battleship hurriedly turned around and tried to escape, but it was too slow to start. As soon as it started, it was pressed by the Divine Realm tablet and fell to the ground. Boom! The Golden Sun battleship crashed into the ground, sending dirt into the air and creating another giant crater. The soil quickly dispersed, and what was reflected in everyone's eyes was that the entire warship had been broken in the middle, completely scrapped. Xianbing spat out a mouthful of blood and stared at the Divine Realm tablet in the black pit with hatred. The Divine Monument was still fine. The light was moving, as if it was very happy, as if it was provoking him. There's still one ship left, rise? Xianxia performed an incantation gesture and sneered. The Divine Realm tablet flew up again, growing larger and larger. Xianbing's eyes almost popped out of their sockets as he shouted with blood in his mouth. Run! Quickly run! Quickly get away from this profound level weapon. He gathered all the chi in his body into the tip of his fist and punched out, roaring, "Four-way explosion! Go to hell!" He didn't dare to stay any longer. His heart was completely broken. If this last battleship was destroyed, then there was no need to complete the mission. He could directly escape from the western region now to avoid being hunted down by the sections. The Divine Realm tablet was hit by the force and was thrown dozens of meters away. The last Golden Sun battleship started to move. It turned into a beam of light and streaked across the sky, disappearing before everyone's eyes. The whole process was witnessed by the people of the Hall of Holy Fire, and they were all petrified, as if they had never known Xianxia. Xianxia made a hand seal and put the Divine Realm tablet back into his glabella. He walked to the Golden Sun battleship and collected the destroyed one. If no one else had done all this, he would have jumped into the deep pit. The Netherworld battleship was even more precious. Even if it had turned into scrap metal, it was still an 8th-tier material. Soon, Xianxia came out of the black pit with a few alchemists who were still alive and threw them aside. There were 7 of them in total. Tell me, what sect are you from? And what are you doing in the Demon Land? Xianxia asked in a simple way. The alchemists were silent for a while, and one of them said, "We were hired by the Flying Frost sect, but we are not from the Flying Frost sect. As for why he came to the Demon Land, we don't know. He's only in charge of following Xianbing's orders and driving the Netherworld battleship." After he finished, he asked nervously, "You won't kill us, will you?" Xianxia's eyes darkened as he frowned and said, "So it's the Flying Frost sect. I've heard of it. I think the sect master's name is Shuangfei or something, and I have the impression that he's also a 9 Heavens martial sovereign." Not bad. Sect leader Yan Shuangfei was a martial sovereign of the 9 Heavens. The Flying Frost sect was considered a first-class sect in the entire western region. Other than the Soul Devourer clan and the Myriad Stars Valley, there were really not many forces that dared to provoke them. We were only hired, so please don't drag us into the grudges between you guys. The alchemist answered everything he knew, his face showing a strong sense of nostalgia for life. "Humph, you want to live? When you mobilized the Netherworld battleship to attack us, did you ever think that we didn't want to die?" Turpot was furious. He gritted his teeth and said, "Since you've been hired by the Flying Frost sect and received benefits from them, it's only natural that you'll die for them." Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire was burning with anger. They had fought for no reason, and each of them had almost lost their lives. If it had not been for Xianxia's sudden appearance, they would still be in the middle of the chaotic battle with incalculable casualties. What made them want to kill him the most was that Yifan was in danger several times, almost dying. But even though they were angry, no one from the Temple of Holy Fire moved. Because they had made no contribution at all, they were Xiao's captives, and they had no right to punish them. With an indifferent look on his face, Xiao said, "You guys can leave. This demon land has always been dangerous, and now it's even more dangerous. Whether you can leave this place or not will depend on your luck. You're really willing to let us go?" The alchemists were overjoyed, and they could not believe it. Everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire was stunned. Tao Can couldn't take it anymore. He wanted to say something but was stopped by Yifan. He shook his head. He also knew very well that the prisoners of war were Yunxiao's, and they had no right to dispose of them. Besides, Yunxiao was an alchemist, so it was normal for him to spare their lives. After confirming that their lives were safe, all of them were overjoyed and ran away after expressing their gratitude. Although they weren't very strong, they still had a lot of good stuff. There was even a Tiger King chariot. The 7 of them squeezed into the chariot and quickly disappeared into the distance. Yunxiao glanced at the crowd and said, "Let's continue. Things are getting more and more interesting. It seems that everyone knows about Noah's ship." Yifan's expression was extremely ugly. He said worriedly, "It was supposed to be extremely confidential, but I don't know what went wrong. We can only take one step at a time now. There is no such thing as an impervious wall in this world," Yunxiao said with a smile. This wasn't the first time news of Noah's ship had spread. It had appeared many times before, but it was all proven to be false in the end. Therefore, gossip like this wasn't particularly popular nowadays. It's also fortunate that the ones who came were all small fries. Otherwise, we wouldn't have had the slightest chance. Yifan nodded his head in agreement. To obtain such a treasure, other than strength, luck was also important. In terms of strength, their Temple of Holy Fire was indeed very weak. But in terms of luck, he was the only one in the world who could open Noah's ship. This was the biggest opportunity. With the exception of Yunxiao, everyone from the Hall of Holy Fire had a grave expression on their faces, no longer as relaxed as before. They continued flying toward Yifan's perception. Yunxiao's status in everyone's hearts had also risen to a very high level, especially the 2 martial emperors he had saved. They were extremely grateful to him. After flying for the time it took to finish a cup of tea, Yunxiao suddenly felt a strange feeling in front of him. Many violent auras were scattered in the air, and he caught them with his keen senses. The space in front of him fluctuated slightly, giving people a feeling of being in a trance. Soon, everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire also noticed that something was wrong. Squeak! A large number of tiny mouse squeaks rang out in all directions. They were the 5-element spirit-devouring rats he had encountered before. He spread out his divine sense and found thousands of spirit rats running in their direction. Could it be another rat tide? Yunxiao was surprised, but he did not panic. No matter how many of these rats there were, they couldn't cause any substantial damage to them. He quickly realized that this was very different from the rat tide he had encountered last time. Although there were more rats last time, they were all uniform and had a target. This time, it was indeed a mess, and many of them were tearing at each other in the process of spraying. The vastness of the demon plains was incalculable. There were a large number of various demonic beasts above, and they had encountered many on the way. So even when they saw such a large-scale rat tide, and the level of the spirit rats was not high, they did not pay attention to it. They only felt a little disgusted. Are these the 5 elements spirit-engulfing rats that exist the most in the demon plains? A strange look flashed in the jar's eyes as he said, "Are they running for their lives? It looks very chaotic. Is there a situation ahead?" Everyone was moving very quickly. Soon, they could see a large number of rats appearing on the horizon, running wildly in their direction. Their chaotic squeaking revealed all kinds of manic intent. "Not too many," Yunxiao said. "It's a normal escape. There should be a higher-level demonic beast chasing after them." There were also some stone flower foxes mixed in with the rat tide, and they were also Tier 3 existences. The group ignored him and continued to fly forward. There were more and more demonic beasts on the way, but they were all running behind them. They were all running at full speed, and their levels were getting higher and higher. Blood Centipede, Grade 4. Shadow Spirit Ferret, Grade 5. Later on, there were even a few 6th-order demon beasts that were also fleeing. What's going on in front? The earthen jar revealed a shocked expression and slowed down. It stared at the scattered demonic beasts below and said, "A rank 6 rainbow flame leopard is actually running away. That's equivalent to a human martial arts grandmaster. Moreover, it's very difficult to subdue non-martial royal realm experts." Yunxiao's expression also turned serious as he said, "It's fine if it's only here, but I'm afraid that there will be higher-level existences later." "What?" Yifan was shocked. "I heard that there are even level 8 beasts in the demon plane." Could it be in front? As expected, the worst situation had appeared. He began to see seventh-order Shatterer beasts running for their lives in the scattered horde. At this moment, everyone stopped and looked ahead in fear, but they could not sense anything. If there really was an 8th-rank demonic beast in front of them, they would all be annihilated if they went up. A powerful aura of death appeared in front of them. In the distance, they could see an unusually tall demonic beast appearing on the horizon. Its aura was very strange. Although it was so far away, the feeling coming from the small black dot was enough to shake people's hearts and souls. It really is an 8th-order monster beast. Is it a 9-winged spirit snakebird or a soul-breaking type Kuan? Fengzhu cried out in horror. There were only 2 types of 8th-rank demonic beasts in the demon plains, but they could not contend with either of them. Yunxiao's expression turned very strange as he said carefully, "It's a soul-breaking type Gu, but it's a woo-woo so strange. What's wrong?" Yi Fan asked. "Young Master Yun, what's wrong?" Yunxiao frowned with a puzzled look on his face as he said slowly, "That soul-splitting Kuan seems to be dead." "He's dead." Everyone was shocked, and Tranche said in horror, "How can he still have such a powerful aura even after he's dead?" Yunxiao kept his eyes fixed on the front and said he should have died not long ago, so his aura has not completely dissipated. "So he's dead, then there's no need to worry." Fengzhu heaved a sigh of relief. However, he couldn't relax. He only felt more and more depressed. Yifan's expression was also ugly. "What's going on? How could an 8th-grade soul-breaking and soul-splitting Gu die here for no reason? Other than a martial sovereign of the 9 heavens, who else can kill an 8th-rank demonic beast? Could it be that a martial sovereign has descended upon the demon land?" Fengzhu asked in shock. "Don't make wild guesses, in case you add some unnecessary trouble to yourself." Yunxiao flew up first and said, "Just take a look and you'll know. There's only the aura of the soul-splitting type spinal bone and the will of death left here, nothing else. He should be far away by now." He flew down from a distance, and the entire appearance of the broken soul-splitting bone appeared in front of him. That strange expression made his heart jump, and it gave him a creepy feeling. The people from the Temple of Holy Fire also came down one after another, surrounding the dead soul-splitting Kuan and investigating it. "There's only one wound on his body." The jar pointed at the broken soul bone and said, "Look, the wound here isn't that big. It's definitely not fatal. Look at his face, he seems to be in great pain. His facial features are all wrinkled together, as if he has been in pain for a long time. My body is all soft and it's sticking to my bones. Could he have been killed by sound waves?" Fengzhu was shocked. "Impossible," Yunxiao said. "A sound wave that can kill a soul-splitting engine, even if it's hundreds of miles away, we can at least sense it." His eyes grew sharper and sharper. Pointing at the only wound, he said, "And why did the murderer make such a hole?" His sharp eyes focused, as if he wanted to see through the entire internal situation of this soul-splitting Kuan. He gritted his teeth and said, "If I'm not wrong, the blood in this soul-splitting Kuan's body has already been completely drained." "All the blood was drawn?" The Dolium was startled. Then, as if he had suddenly thought of something, he closed his 5 fingers together and used his palm as a blade to cut down. Even with his strength as a 7-stars martial emperor, he could only make a small cut on the body of the soul-splitting Kuan with his full strength. The flesh of the wound was turned out, revealing a snow-white area. As expected, there was no blood. Everyone all sucked in a breath of cold air, incomparably shocked. Yifan's face turned pale. He said, "Could it be the people from the skeleton mercenaries?" He thought of the man from the Red Dragon Mansion who had mentioned taking blood. No wonder the appearance of this soul-splitting Kuan's death was so strange. It gave me a strange feeling. Qi Guang also felt a lingering fear. When he thought about how such a powerful existence had died in such a freakish way, he felt a sense of sympathy. "It's the skeleton mercenaries," Yunxiao said seriously. "There's no doubt about it. But I don't know how they did it. They didn't leave any traces of fighting. They took the blood of the soul-breaking bones and died. Even an ordinary martial supreme would not be able to do that, right? Could it be that a peak martial emperor is here?" Thinking of Mr. Yu's identity, he immediately guessed this possibility. If the top experts of the monster race came out of the illusory realm of stars and moon, they could still do it. Peak Martial Emperor by an everyone fell silent. If there really was such an existence, then their operation this time would be meaningless. There would be no chance even if they continued to chase. Opportunities were important, but in the face of absolute combat power, everything was in vain. Xianxia's face was also extremely unsightly. If a peak martial emperor were to make a move, he would not be confident even if he had the Divine Realm tablet. And from the looks of it, this possibility was extremely high. The skeleton mercenary group had Tang Jie in their hands. It was very likely that they already knew about the appearance of the Sacred Fire Hall and were looking for Noah's ship. Even if there was only a 10% chance that the Yin Qi and the Yang Qi would appear at the same time, there would still be peak martial supremes who would be willing to help. Peak of martial supreme? Ha! Yifan's face turned pale. He gritted his teeth and said, "Although the realm of heavenly martial arts is vast and endless with countless martial sovereigns, there are only a few people who can be called at the peak. Who could it be? Could it be the 10 great martial sovereigns?" Feng Zhu asked in a deep voice. Everyone's faces turned pale. The 10 martial sovereigns not only represented the peak of the heavenly martial realm strength, but their names were also like shining stars, shaking people's hearts. Yun Xiao shook his head. Not necessarily. The so-called 10 martial sovereigns are just people who fought their way to the top of the heaven and earth power ranking list in the holy region. For example, the sect masters of the 7 superpowers. Each of them is as powerful as one of the 10 martial sovereigns. However, with their status, they would not be able to lower their pride and participate in the ranking battle. He seemed to have thought of something and smiled. With these people's status, if they can get a good ranking, they will naturally have unlimited glory. But if they lose their ranking, they can't afford to lose. So, it's very likely that they're from the 7 superpowers? Asked Tranche. Could it be that the Soul Devourer clan and Myriad Stars Valley are in the western region? Don't make wild guesses, Yun Xiao said. Other than the 10 great martial emperors and the 7 superpowers, there were still many peerless experts. The overlords of the 4 seas, the illusionary land of stars and moon, and some of the forbidden lands all had peak strength. But no matter who comes to the demon land, we won't change our original intention and will continue to move forward. Right? Yifan's body shook. His blood started to boil. He said firmly, "Not bad. My temple of holy fire has been silent for many years. Generations of ancestors have passed away in regret while searching for Noah's ship. My father, my grandfather, my great-grandfather, and my generation finally sensed its existence. No matter what's in my way, I have to keep going forward. Compared to searching for Noah's ship, death is actually a trivial matter. I'm willing to follow the young master and revive the glory of the sacred fire hall." Everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire had a serious look on their faces as they shouted in unison. Their blood was boiling. Rather than dying in the valley silently for the rest of his life, it was better to pursue his dream. Even if there was only one chance, even if he had to fight until the last drop of his blood, he would have no regrets. Yifan's firm gaze turned towards the front. His fists were clenched so tightly that the bones cracked. He said fiercely, "If that's the case, then let's risk our lives for once. The glory left behind by our ancestors must be reignited in my hands." In a dark underground cave, 2 men in black robes sat facing each other. There was a huge golden array in between them. The light it emitted shone on the 2 of them, and their shadows were extremely long in the cave, constantly flickering. The golden formation was actually transparent from the inside out. A demon beast with long hair was constantly struggling and screaming inside, trying to break out of the formation but was helpless. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be a huge green rat. Its eyes flickered with spiritual light, and it seemed to still have a certain level of consciousness. The formation pressed down on its body, as if it was trapped in a space, unable to break free. A few strange symbols on the formation flickered with golden light, and the golden force continued to sink down. Each time, it made the green rat feel abnormal pain, and it gradually gave up resisting. The black-robed man on the left chanted a sword spell and shouted, "Condense!" The golden formation quickly shrank where his index finger pointed, condensing into a ball of light gold and melting down, completely wrapping the green rat inside. The green rat let out a terrified cry and struggled a few more times, but every time it touched the golden light, it felt an intense pain all over its body and finally stopped moving. The man on the right heaved a sigh of relief. He stood up and smiled happily. Another one. He took out a ring-shaped, profound level weapon with a few bells hanging on it, making a clear and crisp sound. There were a total of 5 bells, 3 of which were white, and the other 2 were yellow and gold. Upon a closer look, there were actually mini rats scuttling inside the bells. He threw this profound level weapon into the air and it started to spin. In an instant, it grew several times bigger and filled the entire underground cave. The 5 bells constantly let out crisp sounds. Golden, yellow, and white light flickered on the surface. The green rat, trapped by the golden power below, was slowly sucked up and flew towards a white bell. Ding-ling! Ding-ling! When the green rat was sucked into it, the color of the bell immediately turned navy blue. There were more colors circulating on the ring: green, gold, yellow, white, and even more gorgeous. The black-robed man revealed a satisfied smile. With a light wave of his hand, the silver ring fell back into his hand and he kept it. Only 2 left. This 5 elements beast taming ring is about to be successfully refined. 3 of the 5 elemental rat kings have disappeared. I'm afraid that the rat emperor in the center has already noticed. The last 2 will only be more difficult than the last. Ha, there's no difficulty. Even the rat emperor is our ultimate goal. It would be great if it was that simple. God knows how many 5 elements spirit-devouring rats there are in the demon plane. If we were to fall into it, even you and I would find it difficult to escape unscathed. Isn't this spreading false news and letting those idiots enter the demon land to attract the rat emperor's attention? Haha, the birth of Noah's ship. There are actually people who believe this rumor. Haha, what a group of fools. And I also happened to find Xianxia in the Lightsong woodland, so it's a good opportunity to build up momentum. However, it didn't seem to be very effective. There weren't many experts who had entered the demon land. However, Ingluo, those demon clan people are a little strange. We should pay more attention to them. Monster race? Are you referring to the young man who killed the soul-splitting type Gu? It was indeed strange. Focus on that young man, the minions of the Soul Devourer clan, the people from the Merchant Union, and Xiaohuang Haolian. Leave the rest to their own devices. The demon clan is indeed a bit strange. We can lead other forces to eliminate the minions of the Soul Devourer clan, but it's strange that the 7 members of the Merchant Union are here. As for Haolian Xiaohuang Zhenjin, he's one of the 9 heavenly emperors. If there are too many of them, this heavenly martial realm will be a bit crowded. Why don't we make a move and kill him directly? No need. The chances of breaking through to the 9 heavenly emperor stage are very low. Moreover, this guy has a senior brother in the Lanxua Sacred Region and a junior brother in the Soul Formation Sea. Although we, the Myriad Stars Valley, are not afraid, we should not deliberately make enemies. If he can really form the laws and condense the Emperor Qi, it won't be too late to make a move then. Humph, if Gu Feiyang were still alive, our Myriad Stars Valley would still have some fear. Now that he's dead, it doesn't matter if I kill the trash disciples he left behind. Don't forget our ultimate goal, which is to refine the 5 elements beast taming ring and subdue the Rat Emperor. Getting rid of the Soul Devourer clan's minions and stopping young Emperor Hao Lian from advancing to the Martial Supreme Realm was just something he did in passing. If it affects the proper business, no one can bear the responsibility. After the 2 of them finished speaking, the entire underground cave returned to darkness and deathly silence. Not a single sound could be heard. In the sky above the vast demon plains, a Golden Sun battleship was flying at high speed. Xian Bing's expression was extremely unsightly, as cold as ice. He had a gloomy expression on his face and didn't move for a long time. Bang! He punched a hole through a metal plate on the Golden Sun battleship, and his eyes were filled with anger. What kind of profound-level weapon did the other party have that could directly destroy the battleship? With 222-star revered martial artists working together, they could even restrain him. He really couldn't think of a way to regain his face, get the jade tablet and the ancient bell, and go back to make up for his mistakes. Lord Xianbing, there's someone in front. A martial royal realm expert's pupils contracted as if he had discovered something. He pointed at a few small black dots that were slowly moving in front of him. Xianbing focused his gaze and saw 9 black dots in front of him. They were actually 9 blue wolf chariots, slowly advancing at the end of his sight. Motherfucker! What kind of trash is this? The one using the blue wolf chariot must be some trash mercenary group. They were all annihilated. Xianbing's mood was extremely bad, and he gave the order without thinking. Yes, the order was quickly passed down. The Golden Sun warship accelerated and soon closed the distance between them and the Blue Wolf chariots. A powerful attack was launched, covering all 9 chariots. They had no way to escape. The 9 chariots came to a halt, and one of them turned around. A man on top of the chariot looked coldly at the incoming attack. The structure of the chariot was very simple, and its advantage was that it could be easily operated by only one person. Ripple Scamper, Spatial Transformation. The person on the car was the High Priest of the Demon Race, Mr. Yu. The space in front of him suddenly twisted, and the straight shock wave began to spin in the sky. Its radius became smaller and smaller, and finally, it condensed towards the end and disappeared in the sky. The distorted space also bounced away as if nothing had happened. Using spiritual power to warp space. Xianbing, who was on the Golden Sun warship, was so shocked that his eyes almost fell out of their sockets. As a 3-stars Marshal Supreme, he had a lot of knowledge. Only powerful alchemists could directly distort space with their mental power. His heart continued to sink. His intuition told him that something bad had happened, as if he had kicked an iron plate again. The 9 Blue Wolf chariots stopped moving. They all turned around and headed toward the Golden Sun warship. If he was really a great alchemist, why would he use such a garbage chariot? Could it be that they were a group of perverts who liked to pretend to be pigs to eat tigers? A pair of cold and sharp eyes immediately jolted him back to his senses from his wild guesses. Who are you people? Xianbing's heart was filled with vigilance, and he did not dare to underestimate this martial emperor in front of him. Not to mention anything else. Just the look in her eyes alone was enough to make his hair stand on end. On the other chariot sat a young man. His skin was so pale that it was almost transparent, and even the blue veins could be seen clearly. An extremely demonic expression flashed across his face as he smiled and said, "He didn't even know who we were and just killed us. Rain, are humans so bored nowadays?" Mr. Yu seemed to be very respectful to the young man. He turned around and saluted, "Lord Shang, it was an accident. I don't know where this green onion came from, but he's probably a lunatic." When Xianbing heard this, he was instantly enraged. He was a martial honor, yet he was called a scallion and a lunatic? What was even more infuriating was that none of these people in front of him had the cultivation of a martial honor. However, those lazy and disdainful eyes clearly showed that they did not put him in their eyes. Everyone's words are very unpleasant to hear. I am Xianbing of the Flying Frost Sect. Who are you? Flying Frost Sect? You frowned. What are you doing in the demon land? What, are you afraid? Xianbing sneered. His heart relaxed a little. It seemed that the other party at least knew the strength of his sect and didn't dare to be impudent. What's the point of wasting time? The young man called Shang chuckled. Leave this 3-stars Marshal Venerable here and interrogate him while we walk. Kill the rest. Yes, you replied respectfully. When he raised his head again, his eyes were filled with killing intent. High Priest, there are quite a lot of people here. I'm here to exercise and help you. A demonic-looking man leaped up from another chariot and landed on the Golden Sun warship with a smile. His smile was so cold that it sent chills down the spines of all the martial emperors on the warship. Xianbing also felt a great sense of danger. Although these demonic people didn't have strong cultivation bases, they gave him an extremely dangerous feeling. He suddenly roared, "Everyone, be careful. Let's attack together and exterminate these bastards." Mr. Yu's face was extremely cold. He raised his tail-light sword high and slashed down at the warship. The cold sword chi tore through the air and slashed at the Golden Sun battleship. The sword radiance cut through the Golden Sun battleship as if it was cutting a cake. Xian Bing was instantly dumbfounded. This was a 7th-tier Golden Sun battleship. Even if he attacked with all his strength, it would be impossible to destroy it. What kind of people were there in the demon planes? Why was one more perverted than the other? Boom! The Golden Sun battleship was completely split in half before he could react. It exploded in the air and fell. There were also many alchemists among them, and they all looked outside in horror. At this moment, the man who was standing on the other half of the Golden Sun battleship moved. The smile on his face never changed. It was as if he was a statue, and it made people's hair stand on end. He spread his hands, and bat-like wings appeared on his body. He then flew toward the Martial Royal Realm experts. Xian Bing's heart was filled with shock, and a sense of danger he had never felt before welled up in his heart. Other than the two who had attacked, the others all had cold expressions on their faces, not caring in the slightest. That kind of ridiculing indifference was definitely not an act, but a high and mighty one who was coldly watching the show. "You dare to underestimate us." Feeling humiliated, Xian Bing roared, "Four-way explosion. All of you die." The power of the domain of a 3-stars Martial Venerable radiated out, and all those below the Martial Venerable realm were like ants. His face revealed a fierce look. If there were no accidents, he could suppress everyone by himself. But unfortunately, there were many accidents today. The space around Mr. Yu twisted slightly and isolated his domain. The light from the tail-light sword in his hand grew brighter and gave off a dangerous feeling. The other bat-like demon was frozen in the domain, unable to move. The monster raceman was furious and scolded. "What kind of crap is this? How can a mere domain trap me?" His body gradually began to emit a dark purple aura, which swirled around him. More and more of it gathered, as if it wanted to break through the pressure. You frowned. "Lord Wing, your body is still very weak. Don't move. Let me do it." He focused his sword force, and the spatial power in the surroundings slowly gathered on the sword, emitting an abnormal light that became more and more dazzling. Suddenly, he slashed down with the sword, and a piece of space instantly expanded like an air sac, shattering the 4-sided domain. At the same time, the expansion of the space didn't slow down and continued to expand in Xian Bing's direction, turning everything in its path into fragments. Half of the Golden Sun battleship's tail was penetrated by the spatial energy, and it was instantly reduced to golden powder, scattering all over the sky. Xian Bing's pupils contracted, and he gasped in fear as he retreated. The other party's sword had already exceeded the scope of his understanding. A martial venerable had comprehended the rules of heaven and earth and condensed his own territory power. It was an understanding of the rules of heaven and earth. That was why he was unrivaled under the 8th Desolation realm. But Mr. Yu destroyed his domain with one strike. How was this possible? There was no time for him to think. Rain's figure shot up like a ghost. It was so fast that it almost hit him. Xian Bing's heart skipped a beat, and he unleashed all his potential as a 3-stars Martial Supreme. His fist glowed with light as he roared and punched Mr. Yu's face. Yu's eyes flashed with a trace of fear. He also threw out a punch with his left hand. His arm suddenly expanded to 3 or 4 times its size. It was completely disproportionate to his body. He met the punch with force. Bang! There was no trickery. It was a complete clash of strength. A powerful light burst out in the sky like the sun, and blood spurted out as Xian Bing's body slowly fell back. Meanwhile, Yu was still standing there, his face as calm as water. It was as if he had done something insignificant. He injured a Martial Supreme with one punch. The rest of the Flying Frost Sect's martial monarchs opened their mouths wide in fear. Xian Bing was undoubtedly their pillar of support, and now that he had been torn apart, they lost all will to fight. After the domain's power dissipated, Wing snorted coldly, as if he was extremely angry. He retracted the purplish-black aura back into his body, spread his bat wings, and rushed into the group of martial emperors. Like a wolf entering a flock of sheep, he began to slaughter wantonly, and for a time he screamed in pain. Many martial emperors had joined forces, but they were still no match for him. One of Xian Bing's arms was almost completely blown off, and his face was covered in blood. He looked at the figure in the sky with horror, then fell to the ground and spat out another mouthful of blood. The massacre ended very quickly. The ground was covered in corpses, and all kinds of internal organs and limbs were scattered all over. Wing did not seem to be satisfied. He twisted his neck and roared at the sky as if he was suffocating. Shang maintained his smile and said softly, "After consuming the blood of the soul-splitting Kuan, Yu's body has indeed become much stronger. This secret technique is truly impressive. As expected of our monster race's high priest." "Wing seems to be a little unstable again," said Li, a female demon beside him. "Let him be," said Shang, unconcerned. "The martial honor human will lead the way. We'll continue on our way." After he finished speaking, he turned the direction of the chariot and drove forward. "Yes, yes, master." Li waved her fingers in the air. Xian Bing's body rushed over and was restrained by her. She sent a few rays of light into his body. The aura of a martial supreme gradually disappeared from Xian Bing's body, and he became an ordinary person without any fluctuation of yuan qi. The pupils of the men on the other three chariots contracted. They watched Li's attack with a serious expression, as if they were trying to see through something. They didn't blink, but they were disappointed in the end. They still found nothing. These three people were Tang Jie, Mu Wu, and Yuan Sun. However, their auras were completely sealed, just like Xian Bing's. There was no fluctuation of vital qi at all. Each of them was dejected and looked defeated. After Li Feng finished Xian Bing, he looked at the three of them and said, "We don't have enough chariots, so this person will take one with you." The Blue Wolf chariot was very small, so it was very crowded for two people. Tang Jie's face changed. He snorted. "I'm a distinguished guest of your skeleton mercenary corps. The Yang key is still in my hands. You better be polite to me. If you throw it at me, I'll kill him immediately." Mu Wu also said angrily. Only Yuan Sun pinched his nose, frowning as he muttered, "Covered in blood. It's so dirty. I'll just make do with it. Who asked me to become your captive?" He didn't look like he was wronged at all. His eyes were burning with evil fire and his face revealed a sinister smile. Li was expressionless as he threw Xian Bing onto Yuan Sun's chariot. "Don't kill him, or I'll kill you." Don't worry. I'll be very gentle." Yuan Sun covered his mouth and chuckled. He pulled the unconscious Xian Bing into his arms and began to show concern. "Blarg!" Mu Wu could not help but throw up outside the chariot. He quickly activated the formation on the chariot and chased after Shang. He only felt that it was extremely dangerous to be within 100 meters of that pervert. Along the way that pervert looked at him had already caused him to almost break down. If not for the fact that his dantian had been completely sealed, he would have killed that pervert even if it meant death. Tang Jie couldn't stand it anymore. He was drenched in cold sweat as he chased after the crowd. Wing went berserk in the air for a while. He clutched his head with both hands as if he had a splitting headache. He wailed and struggled in the air. The demonic qi on his body fluctuated. At one moment he was like a mortal, and at another moment he was at the level of a martial emperor. All of a sudden, he froze in mid-air and stopped struggling. His eyes gradually returned to their usual calmness, and he retracted his murderous aura. Then, he returned to the chariot and gave chase. Soon, the 9 beams of light disappeared into the sky, leaving only corpses and broken pieces of battleships on the ground. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, the space rippled like water, and in the center of the ripples, a battleship slowly sailed out. An 8th-grade netherworld warship. The battleship appeared in the sky, and the space returned to calm. This netherworld battleship was even more imposing and majestic than the flying frost sex. There was a huge symbol printed on it, which seemed to be the symbol of some sect. Several figures appeared on the warship, all of them looking down at the debris and corpses with grave expressions. A few figures flew down and checked the debris and corpses, then quickly returned to the warship. One of the scouts came forward and reported, "Lord I Ching, those are people from the Flying Frost sect, and those who died were all alchemists and martial emperors. From the looks of their wounds, most of the martial emperors were killed in a single strike before they were cruelly split apart." I Ching's hair was like clouds, and his pitch-black eyes revealed a serious expression. He said in a deep voice, "Although it's just a rumor, it still attracted a lot of forces. Those people from before didn't show much strength, but they gave people a strange feeling. They had easily killed the experts of the Flying Frost sect. Ding Mi, do you have any impression of those people?" Behind him, a yellow-robed old man furrowed his brows and thought for a long time before replying, "Sir I Ching, in my memory, there is no such person in the entire western regions. They can easily kill Wu Zun with a single punch. They are definitely on my list of suspects, but I have no information on them at all." I Ching grew suspicious and muttered, "Could it be that he crossed regions? Shouldn't be. For such a little bit of gossip, Ingluo." Another clean-faced, middle-aged man in embroidered robes suddenly said, "Lord I Ching, among the 9 people just now, there seemed to be one person who looked very much like Tang Jie." I Ching's pupils contracted. "Are you sure?" he asked in shock. The middle-aged man looked troubled. "I just feel that they look very similar. I've also dated Tang Jie a few times, and our appearance and demeanor are very similar. It's just that Tang Jie is a martial royal realm expert. I can't feel any power from that person just now." I Ching fell into deep thought and gazed in the direction the 9 people left. He said in a serious voice, "If it's really Tang Jie, then we're in trouble. Those people give me a very dangerous feeling. I really don't want to be their enemy." Dingmi hesitated and said, "Lord I Ching, what should we do now? The demon land was vast and boundless, and even the 3 great mercenary groups that spent their days in it might not know the way. If we want to find that Tang Jie, it's no different from looking for a needle in a haystack." I Ching stood at the bow of the ship in deep thought, and all kinds of complicated expressions flashed through his eyes. Finally, he opened his mouth and spat out a word, "Chase!" The Netherworld battleship turned into a beam of green light and disappeared into the horizon. It was much faster than the 9 Blue Wolf war chariots. Shang, who was flying ahead, suddenly smiled. Li, who was riding with him, suddenly had an idea. "Lord Shang, should we stop and deal with the pursuers?" He smiled and shook his head. "Let's wait and see. The ones who came this time seem to have some strength. We're no longer the same as we were in the past, and we can't afford to offend just anyone. It's best to exercise some restraint." "Yes, Lord Shang." Li's face regained its calmness and he no longer asked. Beside him, other than Yi and Yu, there were 2 other demons. Their bodies were slightly burly, and their faces were stiff and expressionless. These 2 were the other 2 demons who were in the sacrificial formation with Shang. Talismans and spears. Wing quickly caught up. At that moment, Xian Bing, who was still unconscious, suddenly let out a scream. His face was completely purple from pain, and there was no light in his eyes other than fear. It was accompanied by Yuan Sun's sinister laughter. Both Mu Wu and Tang Jie's faces changed drastically, turning pale and their stomachs churning. The 6 monster race cultivators were still calm and expressionless. They paid no attention to the screams and laughter coming from behind them. Sob, 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 sob. "Kill me, just kill me. Ah, 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 woo woo. Hee hee. Ha, ha, ha. Ha ha ha." "Kill him after the interrogation," Shang suddenly said. "Kill that pervert?" Li's eyelids twitched. He smiled. "No, it's that scream. That abnormal physique is quite interesting. Although it's not a divine body, it's actually a fusion of human and demon bloodlines. His ancestors must be from our demon race." Li's pupils shrank and she said in surprise, "Mother, a human demon?" Soon after, Xian Bing's last scream was heard, and the silence returned. Mu Wu had already vomited so much that he was beyond recognition. Killing intent burst out from his eyes as he thought to himself that he would definitely kill that transvestite after he recovered his strength. All this time, the trauma he had suffered was permanent. Li slowed down and returned to the back. Soon, he heard a tearing sound and Xian Bing's head rolled off the chariot. Yuan Sun seemed to be a little displeased. How can you kill people as you please? I'm having a lot of fun. Li's eyes shot out a ray of light as he looked Yuan Sun up and down. He recalled the parent body that Shang had mentioned, and found it hard to believe. Ignoring Yuan Sun, he caught up to the front and reported, Lord Shang, I've got it. It's because of Noah's ship that a large number of forces have begun to infiltrate the demon land. Tang Jie's heart trembled, and his eyes revealed a look of disbelief. Oh! The referee looked at Tang Jie with a smile and said, Has the news been leaked? Impossible! Tang Jie's face turned extremely ugly as he said, This matter is extremely confidential, and it's also for the safety of the information that I came to the Gentle Song Woodland alone and became your captive. My 4 Extremes sect has always been on good terms with the skeleton mercenaries. How dare you treat me like this? He said angrily. The skeleton mercenaries are probably in the past, Mr. Yu suddenly said. Tang Jie's pupils contracted slightly, but he remained silent. He had also noticed the changes in the skeleton mercenary group. In the past, Shenfeng had been in charge of everything, but now that Shenfeng had disappeared, he had actually turned into these demons. However, he was born in the merchant union, so he was still smart. He smiled and said, It doesn't matter if it's the skeleton mercenaries or others. There were no eternal conflicts in this world, only eternal interests. As the young master of the 4 Extremes sect, I would like to befriend all of you. Although the monster race is powerful, the 4 Extremes sect is not too far behind. You told me about this sect. Shang laughed, looking at him. To be honest, they're far from qualified to work with me. They're far from it. Tang Jie was furious. The name of the 4 Extremes sect was well known on the entire heavenly martial continent. Even humans and ghosts would give them some face. Even the divine capital of the holy region would not mock him so rashly. He cursed the ancestors of the monster race in his heart before saying, Although the illusory realm of stars and moon is forbidden, the demon clan is not strong enough to ignore the merchant union. Is it? The merchant union? Shang's smile was mesmerizing, and he said softly, If you want to work with me, I wonder if the so-called divine capital of the holy region of your human race is qualified. Haha! How arrogant! Ignorant! Mu Wu couldn't help but laugh and mock. Just a few pieces of trash like you, I don't know what kind of demonic arts you used to be able to defeat a few low-ranked revered martial artists, and you think that you're the only one in the world. Let alone the divine capital of the holy region. Any one of the 7 superpowers could easily crush you to death. Even flattening the illusory realm of stars and moon would not be a difficult task. The smile on Shang's face disappeared, but he did not get angry. Whether I'm arrogant or ignorant, you humans will soon know. Let's go and find the eternal evergreen tree. Then we'll go and get the supreme grade profound artifact, Noah's boat. I'm also very interested to see the transcendent grade profound level weapons that you humans have refined. Mu Wu was speechless. She had never seen such a narcissistic person, as if Noah's ship was already in his pocket. Just as they were flying at full speed, I Ching and the others' netherworld battleship were also giving chase. Yunxiao and the people from the Hall of Holy Fire soon arrived at the place where the Flying Frost sect had been attacked. Looking at the corpses and wolves all over the ground, their faces turned grave. The earthen jar carefully examined it and said with a pale face, What a cruel method! He really died without an intact corpse. Yifan swallowed his saliva with difficulty. He walked carefully on the ground, afraid of touching the remains of the corpse. Feng Zhu snorted heavily and said, Although these people are despicable, the person who killed them is even more abnormal. There's no corpse of that 3 stars Marshal Supreme here. He must have escaped. Tranche's face turned pale, and after retching for a while, he said, Are these perverted murderers our opponents? Yifan looked at Yunxiao, who was staring at the crashed Golden Sun warship. He walked over and said, "Young Master Yun, did you find anything?" Yunxiao pointed at the crack on the warship and said coldly, "The Golden Sun warship was split in half by a sword." "What?" Feng Zhu jumped up in shock and hurriedly came over to touch the cut with his hand. His face became uglier and uglier as he said in horror, "Seventh grade Golden Sun battleship, split open with one sword. What kind of person has such strength?" Yunxiao closed his eyes slightly and raised his head to feel it. The faint aura that remained in the air was the demonic qi that he was extremely familiar with. "It's him indeed." Yunxiao opened his eyes, and a fierce light flashed in them as he said coldly, "A member of the skeleton mercenary corps from the demon race reign." He stood on the spot and continued to sense, saying in a deep voice, "And there's more than one demonic qi. It's extremely strong. It looks like we're about to catch up." Everyone began to feel nervous. Looking at the wreckage on the ground, they had to face such a pervert. Their breathing became heavy. Yifan hesitated. He suddenly asked, "Young Master Yun, do you think we have a chance of winning?" "What?" Yunxiao sneered. "What? Didn't they want to blow up the blockhouses one by one to block the muzzle? Why are you afraid now? You don't even want the glory of your ancestors." Yifan's face turned red from his words. He said resolutely, "Not bad. At worst, we'll just die. There's nothing to be afraid of." When the people of the Hall of Holy Fire mustered their courage and were about to give chase again, a battleship flew over at an extremely fast speed in the distance, heading exactly where they were standing. Everyone's heart trembled, and they all became vigilant. Among the many forces in the demon planes, even if their strength was not at the bottom, they were probably close. Yunxiao looked over and saw that it was an 8th-tier Netherworld warship with a huge blue symbol on it. "The people of the Merchant Union have come in as expected. This is the warship of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion." The Netherworld battleship stopped in front of them. A beautiful woman wearing a long palace dress stood on the bow of the ship and said coldly, "Who are you people?" She looked over one by one, and when she saw the corpses all over the ground, she couldn't help but frown, revealing a sharp look. Fearing that the people of the Temple of Holy Fire would say something wrong, Yunxiao said first, "We're from a newbie mercenary group. Are you guys experts from Empyrean 1 Pavilion?" "Rookie mercenary group?" The palace maid frowned and said to the people on the battleship, "Shunli, come and see if you recognize these people." A familiar figure appeared at the bow of the battleship and exclaimed, "Young Master Yun!" Yunxiao was also a little surprised. He did not expect Xin Li to come as well. Her strength was of no use at all. She must be familiar with the terrain, which was why the Empyrean 1 Pavilion had asked her to come. Yunxiao waved his hand as a greeting and said with a smile, "Big Sister Shun is here too. It seems like we are all on the same side." A wry smile appeared on Xin Li's face. If she only looked at Yunxiao's sunny and handsome appearance, she would definitely think that he was a harmless and sunny teenager. However, she knew in her heart that there was a hidden terror under this appearance. Whether it was his schemes, means, or strength, he was far above her. She whispered in the ear of the beautiful woman in the palace dress. The beautiful woman's brows kept frowning and a thoughtful expression appeared on her face. "So, you're the famous Li Yunxiao. You were the city lord of Yanwu. How did you become a member of the rookie mercenary group? Why are you here in the demon land now?" The beautiful woman asked, her eyes cold and her expression condescending. Yunxiao kept his charming smile and said, "The southern mountain range is a godforsaken place. How can you make a name for yourself? That's why I came out to try my luck and see if there are any big sects willing to take me in. I accidentally joined a rookie mercenary group. As for why I came to the demon land, I'm just asking the obvious." The beautiful woman's face turned cold and she angrily shouted, "Did you leak the news of Noah's ship? Other than the 4 Extreme sect and the descendants of the martial emperor Yinantian, only the Empyrean 1 Pavilion knows about it. After Xunli went to you, everyone knows about it." She raised her eyebrows and saw the people beside Yunxiao. Her eyes stopped on Feng Zhu and Qiguang as she snorted coldly and said, "The newbie mercenary group has some skills. Their cultivation isn't bad. Xunli frowned. She felt that everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire was a stranger to her. She had been in the Gentle Song Forest for a long time, so she basically knew all the experts above the rank of a martial emperor, not to mention the existence of a martial honor. These people were obviously not from the rookie mercenary group. She was about to explain to the beautiful woman, but Yunxiao snorted and said, "The beautiful women of Empyrean 1 Pavilion can eat whatever they want, but one of them will die if they eat the wrong food. You can't say things carelessly. If you say something wrong, your entire family will die." The beautiful woman in the palace dress was stunned, her eyes narrowing slightly. After pondering for a moment, she said, "On your way here, did you see anyone from the other forces? Where did the people from the skeleton mercenary group go?" Yun Xiao put on a proud and frivolous look as he snorted, "Why should I tell you?" In fact, he was very happy in his heart. He was just worried that he couldn't beat the people of the skeleton mercenary group, and the heavens immediately sent a group of experts. He had to make good use of them. Anger appeared on the beautiful woman's face, but as if she had thought of something, she eased up and revealed a rare smile. "You little brat, you're just trying to fish for some benefits. That Noah's ship isn't something you can peep at. The Empyrean 1 Pavilion can give you some other benefits." "That's right," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "We just want benefits. Why don't we have a good talk? You have the Netherworld battleship, but we can only rely on our legs to run across the demon land." The beautiful woman was 34 years old. Although she was no longer young, her charm was still there. Her smile had a charming charm. "The Heavenly 1 Pavilion has always been hospitable. If you don't mind, please come up and have a chat." Xun Li's brows furrowed slightly, as if she felt that something was wrong. However, this beautiful woman was one of the people in charge of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion in the Western region. She was her direct superior and could not afford to offend her. Yun Xiao showed a look of joy as he boarded the warship, but he was sneering in his heart. This beautiful woman treated him like a child, and he was happy to play the pig to eat the tiger. Everyone from the Temple of Holy Fire was a little hesitant. If they went up, it would be no different from entering a tiger's den. But if they did not cooperate with Yun Xiao, their identities would be exposed immediately, and a fierce battle would ensue. That beautiful woman's strength wasn't any weaker than Feng and Qi, and with this netherworld battleship, only the heavens knew if there were other experts. After hesitating for a moment, they also boarded the netherworld warship one by one. The smile on the beautiful woman's face became even happier, and her eyes narrowed, but a bright light flashed through them. The situation in the demon land was getting more and more complicated. He didn't expect to meet the mercenary group of these hot-headed young men, and their strength was not bad. As long as he gave them some benefits, they could be used as cannon fodder. The beautiful woman in the palace dress was calculating quickly, and Xun Li also seemed to have noticed something. She knew Yun Xiao's means very well, and he was definitely not this reckless young man. He wanted to warn her, but he was afraid of the prestige of the beautiful woman and was afraid of embarrassing the other party, so he shut his mouth. However, he secretly became vigilant, and once he found something wrong, he would immediately warn her. The warship was very large, and there were many powerful auras hidden on it. With a slight probe of his divine sense, Yun Xiao had roughly figured out the situation on board. Soon, the beautiful woman led everyone to a gorgeous meeting hall, which was used to entertain important guests. The ground was made of gold, and the walls were inlaid with jewels. It was a magnificent sight. However, to martial artists, these secular things were not worth their attention. They were only used to show off their luxury. However, there was a long oval table inside, and the flowers of the 4 seasons were in full bloom. They were all rare species in the realm of heavenly martial arts, and many of them were even natural treasures. There were also some low-level martial Dao fruits, ranging from the 1 origin realm to the 4 symbols realm. Not only were they rich in spiritual energy, but they also emitted martial will. The rhythmic fluctuations emitted by the martial Dao fruit shocked everyone from the Temple of Holy Fire. Although this kind of low-grade Dao fruit was of no use to them, it was definitely more valuable than some high-grade profound-level weapons. After all, many direct descendants of major forces could consume it, and their cultivation would progress at a tremendous pace. Many powers would permanently purchase it in large quantities, and there had always been a demand but no supply. The beautiful woman looked at everyone's surprised expressions and felt very proud and happy. She smiled and said, "Shunli, you and the city lord of Cloud Sky City are old friends. Go and get some spirit fruits to entertain everyone." In her opinion, these were all country bumpkins who had entered the city and would be fooled by her later on. Wah! It's actually a Marshall Will Dao fruit. With an exaggerated expression on his face, Yuanxiao looked extremely shocked, and his face was flushed as he said in a hurry, "No need, no need. Your sect is too polite. I'll just eat these Marshall Will Dao fruits." After he finished speaking, he plucked a 4 symbols Dao fruit and placed it in his mouth. He swallowed it without even chewing, and then another one. "You can just eat these Marshall Will Dao fruits." Not only the beautiful woman and Shunli, but everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire was also stunned. He actually ate the Marshall Will Dao fruit like a fruit? Heavens! That was a Marshall Will Dao fruit, born from the gathering of the laws of heaven and earth. Every one of them was a work of art that could not be bought with money. Any one of them could stir up a storm of blood outside. But he said that eating the Marshall Will Dao fruit would do? He even seems to have suffered a grievance and is very modest. While the beautiful woman was still in a daze, Yuanxiao had already swallowed all the 3-4 symbols Realm Dao fruits, and then he plucked 2-3 talents Realm Dao fruits in each hand and put them in his mouth. He sneered in his heart, "Acting rich in front of me. Watch me eat until I go crazy. Arg! Don't." The beautiful woman finally let out a scream, her face ashen. Her eyes burned with rage, and her body trembled like a sieve. The 3-4 symbols Realm Dao fruits that Yuanxiao had just eaten were worth millions of primordial stones, just by the heaven and earth spiritual energy contained in them. Not to mention the condensed martial intent. She felt the world spin around her, and she could barely stand. Country bumpkins. What a bunch of country bumpkins. You actually ate my Marshall Will Dao fruit like a fruit. Her heart was dripping blood. Gulp! Yuanxiao casually swallowed one of the 3 talents Realm Dao fruits, then picked another one. Only then did he look surprised and ask, "What's wrong? Was there something wrong with this fruit? I think it's quite delicious." He swallowed one and stuffed it into his mouth, showing an expression that it tasted good. The beautiful woman in the palace dress couldn't stand still and hurriedly held the wall beside her. In addition to dizziness, she was also panting heavily. Losing so many Dao fruits at once, even with her status, she couldn't avoid punishment. He wanted to stop her again, but he realized that the 3 talents Realm Dao fruits had all been used up. The other party had already begun to eat the 2 Division Realms Dao fruits. Everyone was completely petrified, and their minds went blank. Yuanxiao had eaten more than 10 of them one after another. The beautiful woman only felt that she couldn't even speak. She was paralyzed on the wall, not even having the strength to lift her feet. Burp! In a few moments, he had eaten all 20 or so Marshall Will Dao fruits. He even burped in satisfaction and laughed. Delicious! Delicious! As expected of the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, they even used Marshall Will Dao fruits to entertain their guests. He had money and face. This kind of spirit is probably one of a kind in this world. He shouted at the people of the Holy Fire Hall. Am I right? Everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire was drenched in cold sweat. Although the beautiful woman's face was pale and her aura seemed to have dried up, the murderous look in her eyes made them all feel cold in their hearts and their palms were sweating. No, your sister. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire felt the killing intent of the beautiful woman in palace dress and almost cried. This was their territory, and you ate so many of their Marshall Will Dao fruits. If we don't kill you, even we won't be happy. The worst thing is that we've been implicated. We didn't do anything. With a long face, they could only nod in agreement. Great, Yuanxiao said with satisfaction. It's really great. I'll definitely come to your Empyrean 1 Pavilion as a guest often. The beautiful woman in the palace dress snorted and a mouthful of blood rushed up her throat and flowed out from the corner of her mouth. She took out a silk handkerchief and gently wiped it. His heart was in an extreme battle. Endure. Endure. He must endure. Whether it was looking for the skeleton mercenaries or that matter, he had to rely on these country bumpkins to hold back. Yuanxiao asked in surprise. What's wrong with you? Why is your face changing so much? The beautiful woman's face alternated between red and white as if she was cultivating some kind of cultivation technique. When she heard Yuanxiao's words, she was so angry that her entire head turned red, and she almost burned. Suddenly, a faint light shone from Yuanxiao's body, and the will of a martial grandmaster of 6 directions realms spread out. Yuanxiao only felt that his mind was clear, and the primordial qi in his body was surging like a river, getting more and more powerful, breaking through some barriers in front of him. After circulating the qi in his body, it returned to his dantian. A brand new power spread to every part of his body, and his 5 senses and 6 senses were completely renewed. After swallowing more than 20 low-level martial Wu Dao fruits, he had advanced directly and easily broken through to the 2 stars martial grandmaster realm. His power was still increasing, and it only stopped when he reached the peak of the 2 stars martial grandmaster. Phew, I actually broke through. It's so good. Yuanxiao looked pleased and said gratefully, Thank you for your hospitality with the Dao fruit, my lord. It actually saved me so much time in closed-door cultivation and directly advanced. Thank you, my lord. Thank you, Empyrean 1 Pavilion. The beautiful woman couldn't hold on any longer, and after her face turned red, she spat out a mouthful of blood. The killing intent in her eyes seemed to have materialized, and the bones in her hands were about to burst. Endure. 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 She shouted the word endure 3 times in her heart and finally suppressed the anger. She then revealed a smile that was uglier than crying and said, Congratulations, Xianxia. Congratulations to the Cloud Sky City Lord. She forced a smile, and her originally beautiful face was distorted badly, making her look very funny. Yuanxiao sneered in his heart. Who asked you to show off in front of me? However, he still looked flattered and hurriedly said, Same to you, same to you. Same joy. The beautiful woman felt an extremely irritable negative emotion spread in her body and began to destroy her meridians. She knew that this was an emotional backlash from suppressing her anger, which was extremely harmful to her cultivation. Fortunately, her strength was profound. She gently covered her mouth with a silk handkerchief and secretly swallowed a medicinal pill to resolve the power of the backlash. Xunli couldn't stand it anymore. She felt that if this continued, the Empyrean 1 Pavilion would suffer a great loss. She hurriedly stepped forward and reminded, Lady Qing Luo, this brat is clearly doing this on purpose. Don't be fooled by his hot-headed appearance. He's actually very cunning, and his methods are vicious and his mind meticulous. She pointed at the people from the sacred fire hall and said, Also, these people are not Bayan. Yuanxiao's face darkened as he cried out angrily, Auntie Shan, what are you saying? However, after eating your martial Wu Dao fruits, I'm deliberately looking for trouble. Is this your personal idea or Lady Qing Luo's idea? With an angry expression, he said, Humph! If you can't bear to, then don't take it out for others to eat. So he was just putting on an act. What member of the 7 merchant alliances? Poor bastard. He took out a bag of primeval stone fragments and threw it on the table. He snorted coldly, At most, I'll pay some money. I only have so few primeval stones on me. I'll give them all to you. Qing Luo's face turned red and white. She was a person who cared about her face the most. Otherwise, she would not have collected some martial Wu Dao fruits as decorations to show off her status. When she heard Yuanxiao call her poor bastard, she looked as if she had been greatly insulted, and her eyes spewed fire as she glared at Xunli. You're so silly. Xunli was exasperated. She knew that Yuanxiao was trying to change the topic, but Qing Luo could see that her face was already very unkind. So she said in a hurry, Lady Qing Luo, this brat is really cowardly. I understand, Auntie Shen. Yuanxiao spoke first, his eyes cold as he said, I understand what you're trying to do. Back in the Lightsong Woodland, You seem to have signed a benefit agreement with our rookie mercenary group. Let me see if I have it with me. I can also let Lady Usnia's have a look." When Shunli heard that, her body trembled violently as if she was touched. She looked at Yun Xiao with a frightened and pleading look. The agreement signed in the west of the city had basically betrayed Empyrean One Pavilion's interests, but the situation had forced them to sign it, and they would have been dead if they hadn't. The 4 chambers of commerce had all signed the contract, so she couldn't be blamed. But now, Yun Xiao had brought it up alone, and if he were to exaggerate it, Qing Luo would probably be scared to death on the spot. What agreement? Qing Luo was puzzled. What agreement? Yun Xiao touched his storage ring and said, "I'll look around." "Oh right, Anishin. What did you say I really did?" Xinli's face was pale, and she said, "You're really inexperienced. It's just 20 or so martial Wu Dao fruits. Empyrean One Pavilion can take them out at any time. We don't need to pay for them." Qing Luo's heart twitched when she heard the words, "more than 20 martial Wu Dao fruits." She forced a smile and said, "That's right. The Cloud Sky City Lord is young and promising. Those Dao fruits can be considered a meeting gift." The people from the Temple of Holy Fire were dumbfounded. More than 20 martial Wu Dao fruits were a gift to them. They also felt strange. Qing Luo was clearly burning with anger and almost couldn't control it. How could she suppress it? Was it just to chase after the skeleton mercenary group? Logically speaking, there was no need for that. With these people's methods, they could directly capture them and they would be able to get some information. As expected, Qing Luo quickly asked carefully, "The Cloud Heaven City Lord's amazing performance in Yanwu has shocked the world. Even Martial Emperor Tianqin, Li Huaqi, has come out to support you. I wonder what's the relationship between the Cloud Heaven City Lord and Lord Li Huaqi." What? He actually knew Li Huaqi? He even has Li Huaqi to back him up. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire changed their expressions, all of them horrified. Even though they were from a reclusive sect, even a 3-year-old child had heard of the 10 great martial sovereigns in the streets and alleys. They looked at Yun Xiao with a different expression. Yun Xiao sneered in his heart and thought, "I'm not going to let you go." So that's what happened. I was wondering why he could still endure it when he had become a ninja turtle. He revealed a look of admiration and bragged, "Li Huaqi is my big cousin." W. Qing Luo was dumbfounded. She looked Yun Xiao up and down and said in disbelief, "Big cousin? The Lord of Cloud Sky City is less than 20 years old, and Lord Li Huaqi has been famous for decades. The age gap is huge, and I've never heard of Li Huaqi having a younger cousin or something like that." Yun Xiao was unhappy as he mumbled, "Does my cousin have any relatives that he needs to report to you?" Qing Luo felt a wave of dizziness, and she didn't know if it was true or not. The intelligence department of the Merchant Union was the best in the world. They had detailed records of all the experts on the heavenly martial continent, including their connections and relatives. All kinds of information about the 10 martial emperors and the sect leaders of the 7 major forces had been gathered in his mind and could be mentioned at any time, but he had never heard that Li Huaqi had a cousin. She probed. "Li Huaqi is an eccentric and unsociable man. He rarely interacts with others. Are you a relative of his late lover, Xianxia?" Yun Xiao's pupils constricted, and his face was filled with shock. What? A deceased lover? Xianxia was dead? How did he die? Xianxia was the goddess that Li Huaqi had been secretly in love with for a long time, and she was also the holy maiden of the Fuyao Holy Palace. It was a pity that Li Huaqi had feelings for her, while Xianxia was dedicated to the ultimate of martial arts. For this reason, Li Huaqi once lived outside Thousand Leaves Island, playing the zither and writing ancient books every day. Even after 10 years, he still couldn't move Xianxia. He only left after the ranking battle of the Heaven and Earth Power Chart. Xianxia had also won the title of the world's #1 ice-hearted beauty. It was said that Li Huaqi had attended the Heaven and Earth Power Chart gathering because he had been provoked by Xianxia. He wanted to win the title of #1 in the world and win the beauty. However, things didn't go as they wished. These arrogant powerhouses who thought they were invincible in the world only realized that there was always someone better in the world after the Holy Region ranking battle. Even with his cultivation at the peak of the 9 heavens, he only managed to get 5th place. As for the experts of the various forces, the sect leaders of the major sects and countless reclusive experts, they were even more embarrassed and ranked far behind. Fortunately, the sect leaders of the 7 superpowers did not participate in this ranking battle. This kind of ranking battle was known by the whole world, so they really could not afford to lose face. It was said that after the ranking battle, Li Huaqi felt too ashamed to return to Thousand Leaves Island and disappeared from the mainland. It was not until the news of Xianxia's death spread that there was another bloodbath. He couldn't figure it out. The holy maiden of the Fuyao Holy Palace, the woman Li Huaqi loved the most, who else in the world could kill her? Qing Luo's face was filled with astonishment as she said, You didn't know that Xianxia was dead." She frowned, as if she was very suspicious of Yunxiao's identity. But Xianxia's death was known to the world, and it was not a secret to ordinary warriors. How could he not know? Moreover, in Yanwu, Li Huaqi had indeed threatened to protect him. As for the cause of death, the Empyrean One Pavilion did have some information, but it was absolutely confidential. Xianxia has been dead for almost 10 years. 10 years of regret. Yunxiao was stunned. 10 years ago, he was still a child, arrogant and domineering in the capital of Tianshui, so how could he know about the major events in the world? A desolate look flashed in his eyes as he sighed and said, No wonder he's living in seclusion in the southern domain, Tianxiang. I remember that Xianxia was from Tianxiang. Qing Luo's heart skipped a beat, and she saw the desolation on Yunxiao's face. It was not an act, but a melancholy and loneliness from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that this kid was really related to Li Huaqi, but it was strange that he did not know that Xianxia was dead. Let's not talk about these unhappy things. Since Xianxia's death, Li Huaqi had not shown his face again. The first time in 10 years had been in Yanwu. I wonder if he has recovered from his grief. Qing Luo stared at Yunxiao's eyes, trying to find some clues from them. But to her surprise, she found nothing. No matter how powerful her divine sense was, she could not detect even the slightest emotional fluctuation from him. I know my cousin's recent situation very well, Yunxiao said with a faint smile. We often exchange letters. Qing Luo was taken aback. She had also understood Yunxiao's meaning, which was that she knew about Li Huaqi's situation, but why should she tell him? She suddenly realized that this kid was not as simple as she had thought. She thought about how Shen Li had said that he was a scheming person, but he was somewhat like this. However, she still didn't take it to heart. She thought to herself, what can a child do? Our Empyrean One Pavilion has something that we would like to ask Lord Li Huaqi for help. As for the reward, as long as Lord Li Huaqi is willing to give it, we can afford it. The only ones who boasted like this were the 4 core alliances. If they couldn't afford the reward in the world, no other force could. Yunxiao looked enlightened. So, you have something to ask me. No wonder you have such a good attitude. I was puzzled for a while. He immediately put on airs and snorted. Reward? When we were in the Gentle Song Forest, I helped you deal with the 4 extremes sect. Where's the promised reward? The 9 evils of the heavens water of the netherworld. Qing Luo was stunned for a moment. Then, she smiled and said, Shunli has told me about this before. However, our agreement was to capture Tang Jie alive. I don't think the city lord of Cloud Sky City has fulfilled his promise, right? Yunxiao's eyes bulged as he said angrily, In order to help you, I have completely broken off my relationship with the 4 extremes sect. When that time comes, I will have to hide from their pursuit no matter where I go. Even if there was no credit, there should be hard work, right? Even if you don't give me a bucket of the water of the netherworld, you can at least give me 1 or 2 bottles. 1 or 2 bottles of Kasaya. Qing Luo laughed awkwardly. You must be joking, Lord Cloud Sky City. The water of the netherworld of the 9 evils is evolved from the source of all water. Any drop of it is worth an astronomical amount. Not to mention the Empyrean One Pavilion, even the entire Merchant Union might not be able to provide 1 or 2 bottles. As for breaking off with the Four Extremes sect, that's even more ridiculous. You killed Tang Yuan in Mount Meru, and that's the end of the relationship. Yun Xiao sneered. My cousin's reward is 1 or 2 bottles of the 9 evils of the heavens water of the netherworld. If you don't have them, then there's no need to talk about it. Qing Luo suppressed the anger in her heart and said calmly, Cloud Sky City Lord, please don't joke around. This is a very important matter, and it will be of great benefit to both my Empyrean One Pavilion and Lord Li Huaqi. I'll have to trouble you to convey my Empyrean One Pavilion's good intentions. Yun Xiao knew that he could not make a scene anymore. The other party seemed to have reached his bottom line, and it would not be good for anyone if he continued to play and shed all pretense of cordiality. In this demon land, he still had to rely on this big tree. Yun Xiao knew when to stop. He chuckled and said, All right, I'll definitely pass on this matter to Big Cousin. Is there anything else, Lady Qing Luo? If not, then we won't disturb you any further and we'll take our leave. Qing Luo took out a storage bag and placed it in front of Yun Xiao, saying, Here are 10 million medial-grade primordial stones as a reward for passing on the message. If the matter is successful, there will be more rewards. She also realized that this person was a ruffian. If she didn't give him some benefits, he wouldn't work hard. Only Xin Li's eyelids twitched. She knew that the 10 million mid-grade primordial stones were definitely wasted, but she did not dare to say anything. Yun Xiao was flattered, and his face was filled with greed. However, in Qing Luo's eyes, she was laughing coldly. Xun Li sighed and shook her head. This kid was too good at pretending. If she had not experienced what happened in Xianxia, she would never believe that this teenager could have such a deep mind. Qing Luo was very satisfied with Yun Xiao's expression. She smiled and said, Let's talk about the important matters now. Which direction did the skeleton mercenaries go? Yun Xiao accepted the primordial stones with joy, then said, We can provide the location and ensure that we can find it. If the Noah's ship really appears, how will we distribute it? Qing Luo laughed and said, How do we split Noah's ship? Haha, the Lord of Cloud Sky City must be joking. Not to mention that the probability of Noah's ship appearing is close to 0. Even if a mayfly does appear, she looked at the people of the Temple of Holy Fire with disdain and sneered. Just based on you guys, do you think you can obtain it? That's right, Yun Xiao sighed. That's why we, the rookie mercenary group, don't plan to fight for Noah's ship. However, it's fine to help your sect search for it and collect some benefits. He took out a piece of paper and quickly wrote a list. He handed it to Qing Luo and said, These materials, just take it as a benefit fee. Qing Luo took a quick glance and was shocked. She threw the list of ingredients on the table and slammed it down with her palm, saying angrily, Cloud Sky City Lord, are you deliberately causing trouble? Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because Li Huaqi is your cousin. There were all kinds of treasures inside, and there were even 30 low-level martial intent Dao fruits. This is too much. She was so angry that her eyes were almost spewing fire. She had completely lost her composure. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were all shocked and looked at each other in horror. Other treasures aside, these 30 martial Dao fruits were really amazing. Yun Xiao did not take it seriously, as if he had expected this reaction. He smiled and said, Lady Qing Luo, don't be so agitated. Although those low-level martial Dao fruits are hard to find, your sect definitely has a lot in stock. Compared to Noah's ship, which one is more precious? If you hand over Noah's ship with both hands, I'd be willing to pay 100 times the price of these materials. Qing Luo laughed in anger. But just pointing out the way and giving such a ridiculous price, do you think that you can do whatever you want just because you have a powerful big cousin? Yun Xiao looked at her and chuckled. Lady Qing Luo, you can tell this to my cousin personally later. What do you mean? Qing Luo asked with a frown. She was shocked and cried out in horror. What? You mean Lord Li Huaqi will come to the demon land? This shout startled everyone in the room. They were all shocked. Yun Xiao shrugged, spread his hands and said, I don't know. I just told Big Cousin that Noah's ship might be born and Big Cousin said he would come and see it when he has time. Qing Luo's face turned extremely unsightly. Yunxiao's words were vague, and the truth was unclear, but they were extremely important, which made it extremely difficult for her to deal with them. Yunxiao sneered in his heart and let them make wild guesses. In any case, he had come to a perfect conclusion, and if Li Huaqi did not come, it would mean that he was not free. Qing Luo paced back and forth in the room, deep in thought. Xun Li sighed softly. She was 99% sure that it was fake, but she did not dare to say it out loud. Not to mention that Yunxiao had something on her. She could not bear the responsibility if Li Huaqi really came and affected the overall situation. Qing Luo sat back in front of the oval-shaped table and said cautiously, "Lord of Cloud Sky City, I think we should be honest with each other and have a good talk." Yunxiao pointed at the list of materials and said, "You have to show your sincerity. There's no proof." Qing Luo's anger rushed to her head. She was afraid that she wouldn't be able to control herself and would slap the other party to death. She gritted her teeth and said, "Li Yunxiao, you've gone too far. Even if Li Huaqi really came, he couldn't have given you so many things." Yunxiao's list was full of heavenly materials and earthly treasures that could directly increase one's primordial qi, and the one thing he did not lack the least was martial arts comprehension. As long as he accumulated enough primordial qi, he could directly advance. This was the situation after swallowing more than 20 martial will Dao fruits. These lists were all heaven and earth treasures that were relatively easy to find, and they had calculated that Empyrean 1 Pavilion would be able to provide them, but now it seemed that they had exceeded their bottom line by a lot. Rustle, rustle, rustle. He picked up a pen and thought for a moment. Then he crossed out some and pushed it to Qing Luo. After reading it, Qing Luo tore off more than half of the paper and threw it back to Yunxiao. "This is all I can give you. I can't give you any more grass or leaves. This is not enough to fill the gaps between my teeth," Yunxiao said with a frown. "It's not even enough to break through to 1 star. Qing Luo sneered and said, "You're only a 2 stars martial grandmaster. After you consume these things, you'll be able to advance to the 4 stars level at least in terms of yuan qi. During this period, you only need to try your best to comprehend the martial Dao concept." The people from the Temple of Holy Fire and Xin Li were stunned. Tearing up more than half of it could actually allow a martial grandmaster to advance 3 levels. One could only imagine how heaven-defying the list was. Qing Luo didn't kill him with a single strike. It seemed like this woman had a very mild temper. Yunxiao, on the other hand, felt bitter in his heart. The primordial qi he needed to advance was much more than that of ordinary warriors. If he swallowed all these natural treasures, it was estimated that they would only be enough for him to advance from peak 2 star to 3 star. Moreover, it was still useful to consume natural treasures now. However, when he became a martial emperor, the vital qi would not be enough to fill the gaps between his teeth. He didn't have any confidence in how he would advance in the future. All right, even a mosquito's leg is meat deal. He knew that he wouldn't be able to get any more benefits no matter how unreasonable he was. He had already broken Qing Luo's bottom line. Mosquito legs. Qing Luo really wanted to slap him to death. She threw the list to Xin Li and said angrily, "Can you tell me now? You've wasted so much time. If you can't catch Tang Jie, don't even think about getting a blade of grass." "Don't be so impatient," Yunxiao chuckled. "Tang Jie is now the apple of everyone's eye. No matter how big Demon Plain is, he will be dug out. Other than the Empyrean 1 Pavilion, I think the other forces in the Merchant Union have also come in, right? It might not be a bad thing for us to be slower. Look at the Flying Frost sect. They were too arrogant. So the ship was destroyed and everyone died." He then pointed in the direction Yifan sensed Noah's ship and said, "I suggest Lady Qing Luo to hide this battleship in the void and move forward slowly." Qing Luo was also hesitant as she said, "If I hide in the void, not only will I use up hundreds of primordial stones, but my speed will also be extremely slow. If I delay things, I will bear too much responsibility." "But," Yunxiao looked at her and said with a smile, "Only God knows how many Oriole are behind the mantis. The key was to have the last laugh. Of course, I'm just giving you a suggestion out of goodwill." His real thought was that he didn't want the Empyrean 1 Pavilion to die so early. Tang Jie was like a cicada now. Who knew how many eyes were on him? If he rushed into the center of the whirlpool at this time, he would undoubtedly be courting death. Qing Luo wasn't a fool. After thinking for a while, she ordered the entire warship to hide in the void and move forward. Although the cost was huge, it was insignificant compared to the mission this time. She glanced at Xianxia and the others and said with a smile, "The demon plane is too dangerous now. Please stay on this starship. Empyrean 1 Pavilion can ensure your safety. Xunli, bring them to the guest room." Qing Luo's purpose was to imprison them, and she might have some use for them. After all, the rookie mercenary group was not a small force, and if Li Huaqi really came to the demon land, he could be a trump card to make friends with. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire became cautious, as if they felt something was wrong. If they were under the control of Empyrean 1 Pavilion, they would have no chance. Xiao gave them a look, and only then did everyone feel a little relieved. Soon, Xunli brought them to a large guest room, which was specially provided for warriors. There were no extra furniture such as beds, but the space in the square was enough for cultivation. At their level, they no longer needed to sleep. Moreover, there was a gravity adjustment device in the cultivation place, and the strongest one could withstand 10,000 times the gravity. There were more than 10,000 high-grade origin stones on both sides, and they emitted thick origin energy. They were also for the guests' cultivation. The cost of each netherworld battleship was terrifying, and the various installations inside were also extremely luxurious. Therefore, even though Xian Bing was a 3-star Marshal Supreme, he could not return to the sect after losing one of his battleships. After Xunli sent everyone in, she stood at the door and said, "Cloud Sky City Lord, can you return that contract to me?" Xiao stared at her, and his eyes immediately turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "Return it to you? Auntie Xin, you're trying to harm me. Is there something wrong with my brain? I'll return that thing to you. I swear I won't say anything that I shouldn't." Xunli gritted her teeth. Hee. Xiao leaned forward and smiled. "Of course, I can't say what I shouldn't say. There may be a lot of things that I need you to say later." He whispered in Xunli's ear, and Xunli's expression changed. She shook her head in horror and said, "No, this won't do. I'll really die without a burial place." "I won't force you, Auntie Xin," Xiao said coldly, "but don't even think about taking the contract away. Also, you should be more aware of the current situation in the demon land than I am. Let alone you and me, it's a problem if Qing Luo can even leave this place. I can promise that if my big cousin comes, I will definitely ask him to save your life." Xunli felt very dizzy. She said suspiciously, "Don't fool me. I don't dare to say whether Li Huaqi is your cousin or not, but he will never come to the demon land." "Auntie Xun, you're so smart," Xiao teased. "Does Lady Qing Luo know that? Did Sect Master Su Liani know about this? Do you want me to tell them?" Xun Li's expression changed slightly. She gritted her teeth and said, "All right, I'll help you. I hope you can keep your promise and protect me." Xiao's face returned to its usual calm as he nodded and said, "Don't worry. You won't die if you don't seek death." Xun Li felt a sense of powerlessness. In front of this handsome young man, she was just a child. From the first time they met in the west of the city, she had been led by the nose by him. Now it was only their second time meeting, and she had become his puppet. She could not even resist at all, allowing him to do whatever he wanted. After Xunli left, everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire looked at him with an unusual gaze. "Is Li Huaqi really your eldest cousin?" asked the jar first. "In fact, in terms of seniority, he is my eldest cousin," Xiao said with a straight face. "But it's too scary to tell others who I am, so I'd better be humble and announce that he is my cousin. Ing Luo, this is already scary enough." Xiao found it funny when he saw the solemn and worried looks on the faces of the people from the Hall of Holy Fire. "Don't worry, I won't go back on my word." He suddenly had an idea, as if he had noticed something, and gave everyone a slight look. Tranche was a smart person. He immediately understood. The Temple of Holy Fire had a unique way of contacting each other, so everyone quickly understood the situation. In an elegant room of the Netherworld warship, There was a pear-flower marble floor and a cold stone bed carved with gold and jade. The small room was decorated with 4 sceneries: spring, summer, autumn, and winter. Qing Luo was sitting alone on a futon, and a bright light was spinning on a disc array in front of her. She cast an incantation gesture into it, and a white light immediately rose and spread rapidly in the sky. The influence and voices of Yunxiao and the others were transmitted over. Yunxiao's face was full of anger as he snorted and said, "The Empyrean One Pavilion is really going too far. They actually dare to put us under house arrest. When my big cousin comes, he will definitely teach them a lesson." Yifan was extremely excited. "Will your eldest cousin, Li Huaqi, really come to the demon land?" Yunxiao raised his head and said proudly, "Of course, I have the best relationship with Big Cousin. As long as I send a message, Big Cousin will immediately activate the interprovince transportation formation and come directly across the void. By then, the Empyrean One Pavilion will be destroyed with a wave of his hand. That Qing Luo is actually so stingy to me. When the time comes, I'll ask Big Cousin to take everything on this battleship and give it to me. I'll make her go bankrupt." Yifan's eyes lit up. This netherworld battleship was also an item with a sky-high price. He would plunder it as well. "By that time, my rookie mercenary group will have an 8th-grade warship, and with your relative relationship with Li Huaqi, the captain will definitely promote you to be the vice-captain." Following that, everyone began to immerse themselves in describing the beautiful future, such as how many wives they would have after becoming the deputy commander, whose daughter was more beautiful, and which they could consider. The ladies of the Empyrean One Pavilion were also not bad, and although Qing Luo and Xin Li were a little older, they still had their charm. Qing Luo was so angry that smoke was coming out of her 7 orifices. With a furious wave of her hand, the array disc shattered into pieces and the image disappeared. Xun Li, "These damn people, how dare they offend me with their words? Do you think I should kill them?" Xun Li slowly walked forward and looked at the furious Qing Luo. She sighed and frowned. "Lady Qing Luo, according to their conversation, Li Huaqi is really Yunxiao's relative, and he may come to the demon land at any time. If you kill them, Lao Ai, humph." Qing Luo snorted coldly, her face as dark as water. He also knew that this was a serious matter and he couldn't act rashly. However, he had lived like a prince for so many years. When had he ever been humiliated like this? He was so angry that he felt dizzy. Xun Li shook her head secretly as she watched. Yunxiao's power in her heart had increased a little. They were obviously trying to anger Qing Luo on purpose, so that she would focus all her emotions on the unbearable words at the end and ignore her analysis of the authenticity of the previous information. She would directly accept the fact that the information was true. According to common sense, it was impossible for them to know that someone was eavesdropping. If they knew, they would definitely not have dared to offend Qing Luo. Coupled with the fact that she had pushed the boat along, Qing Luo was now 100% convinced that Yunxiao was Li Huaqi's relative. "Xin Li, what do you think we should do? I can't kill these people, but I'll be angry if I keep them alive." Qing Luo felt that her ability to think was completely blocked, and she looked at Xin Li for further consultation. Xin Li said, "Just pretend you don't know and befriend them. I suggest that Yunxiao give him the materials he needs now if he can. Noah's ship is a big deal, but it's not a small one either. If Li Huaqi is really willing to cross the border for this person, it means that this person is very important in Li Huaqi's heart. When the time comes, with him speaking, it will definitely be half the work and twice the effect." Qing Luo was silent for a moment before gritting her teeth and saying, "We'll do as you say. This bunch of trash will benefit from this temporarily. Compared to the illusory Noah's ship, that matter was more important. As long as it could be done, it didn't matter how big the price was. But if it couldn't be done well, even if he didn't kill him this time, he would get it back in the future with interest. Now, send all the materials Yunxiao wants." "Yes." After Xin Li responded, she didn't leave. She frowned and asked, "Lady Qing Luo, is Noah's ship illusory? Aren't the 7 merchant alliances already on the move?" Qing Luo sneered. "So what if the 7 merchant alliances have come? If it wasn't for the fact that they're so elusive, do you think the sect would send a nobody like me? If there's a certain level of confidence, at least the sect master will come personally. I'm afraid that those reclusive elders will also come out of seclusion. The Yang Qi is in Tang Jie's body. Isn't the Yin Qi already born? Shen Li was even more confused. Qing Luo shook her head and sighed. The problem lies with the Yin Qi. No one knew who had the Yin Qi. It was said that the descendant of the peerless martial sovereign Yinantian was in charge of it. But no one knew where he was. Even if he got the two keys, he didn't know how to find them and open Noah's ship. The only hope now was on Tang Jie. Everyone thought that Tang Jie would be able to find the Yin Qi through the Yang Qi, so the only clue was to follow Tang Jie closely. If the situation changes and we really find traces of Noah's ship, we won't be able to deal with it at our level. I understand, we're just sending an exploratory team, Shen Li said. After all, there had been many rumors about Noah's ship in the past, but they had all been in vain. That's why all the major powers are skeptical. She suddenly thought of something, and her heart twitched. She had never seen the group of people around Yunxiao in all her years in the Lightsong woodland. Are they the descendants of Yi Nantian? When she thought of this answer, she suddenly felt that it was more and more possible. This time, other than shock, there was also great fear. Yunxiao was too terrifying. When everyone was still a headless fly, he had already grasped the most crucial thing in his hand, and had sneaked into the Empyrean One pavilion while pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, waiting for an opportunity to make a move. She only felt a chill in her heart. Yunxiao was playing with fire. He originally thought that he was just an extra on the edge of this vortex, but he suddenly found out that the real core of the vortex was not Tang Jie, but this person. Qing Luo said, "It's good that you understand. There's no need for us to be too nervous. This vortex can be big or small. Just don't get completely caught up in it. You may leave." After she finished speaking, she closed her eyes and began to regulate her breathing. The repeated emotional fluctuations had caused some minor injuries in her body, and she needed to adjust her breathing. Shunli felt bitter, but she still said not to get caught up in it. "Lady Qing Luo, the center of the largest vortex is on our battleship." She felt weak all over and bowed to leave. The void was pitch black without any concept of time and space. It was filled with all kinds of energy, and ordinary cultivators would die if they were not careful. Even the Netherworld warship had to be careful to avoid being hit by the powerful energy. In addition to the energy required to escape into the void, most of the primordial stones were used to open the barrier to avoid the impact of the void energy. After the Netherworld battleship had advanced for an unknown period of time, a ball of green light appeared faintly in the darkness ahead. As the distance between them closed, it turned out to be a ball of green energy. It kept flashing with lightning and electric arcs. It was so powerful that all kinds of negative energy in the surroundings could not rush into it. What made everyone dumbfounded was that inside the ball of lightning, there was a young man in green sitting upright. He had a calm expression and delicate features. His hands were forming a strange seal, and his entire person was quietly cultivating in seclusion, as if he had not heard anything outside. All sorts of lightning flashed around his body, but they couldn't do any damage to him. A faint green color appeared on the young man's skin, as if he was absorbing the power of the lightning. His aura had become one with the surrounding environment, as if he was transformed from the lightning. The strange phenomenon of the young man in front of him immediately attracted the attention of the battleship of the Empyrean One pavilion. A large number of experts rushed out of the battleship to take a closer look, and each of them revealed a shocked expression. Qing Luo also stood at the bow of the ship. Her gaze was as cold as ice, and her entire body was on high alert. To be able to cultivate in the void as if he was strolling in a courtyard, he was definitely not an ordinary person. Furthermore, the lightning in the surroundings was able to isolate the power of the chaotic currents in the void, forming an independent lightning hell. Qing Luo had never heard of such an extraordinary technique before. The young man in green seemed to have noticed the existence of the battleship. His delicate eyebrows furrowed slightly and he slowly opened his eyes. As his eyelids opened and closed, a bolt of green lightning flickered in his eyes. It was as if his eyes were completely formed from lightning. The surrounding lightning hell changed and began to shrink rapidly. It surged toward his body and was directly absorbed. Soon, the terrifying green lightning prison was devoured by his body like cotton candy, leaving only darkness. If it were not for the green lightning in his eyes, he would not have been able to see the person in front of him. Qing Luo sucked in a breath of cold air and stood at the bow of the battleship. She shouted, "Who's there?" Yunxiao and the others from the Hall of Holy Fire also rushed out of the warship and looked at the young man in surprise. The young man turned a deaf ear to Qing Luo's words. Instead, he glanced at Yunxiao in surprise, as if he was looking for something. Electric arcs flickered in his eyes, revealing some kind of emotion, while his figure grew fainter and fainter in the dark void. "Who are you? Report your name," Qing Luo shouted once more. It was already quite troublesome to travel through the void, so she didn't dare to act rashly. However, the entire battleship had entered battle mode, and all kinds of attack formations were activated. As long as she gave the order, she could blast the other party into pieces at any time. The green-robed youth's expression remained indifferent as he muttered in an almost inaudible voice, "Little Wu." He then retracted his gaze and slowly closed his eyes. The green lightning immediately disappeared. The young man retreated from the void and disappeared as if he had never been there. Qing Luo's face was extremely unsightly. She turned to stare at Yunxiao and said in a serious voice, "You know that person?" Yunxiao was also baffled, and he shook his head in confusion. Qing Luo didn't seem to believe him and sized him up suspiciously. However, the confusion on her face didn't seem fake. She said to the experts of the Zhongtian Pavilion, "Everyone, be on high alert. This void doesn't seem to be very safe." The crowd retreated after receiving the order. Yunxiao and the people from the Temple of Holy Fire also returned resentfully. Yunxiao, in particular, felt very depressed. The young man seemed to know him, but he could not remember such a person. Suddenly, an idea came to his mind, and an extremely tender voice came from the Divine Realm tablet, shouting, "Little Qing!" Yunxiao's soul instantly materialized in the Divine Realm tablet, hovering above the Earth Realm. Looking at a small tree below, he said in surprise, "Are you the one talking? You know that person." This small tree was the true body of the Kunwu divine tree. Under the nourishment of the aura of the Earth's growing soil, it had already grown many times larger than the previous sapling. A childlike soul appeared outside the small tree. It could actually leave the main body and run. He tilted his head and thought for a while before saying, "It seems to be Little Green's aura. Is he calling me? Little Qing?" Yunxiao's heart skipped a beat as he cried out, "Are you talking about the ancient evergreen tree?" "Yes, yes." The Kunwu divine tree nodded repeatedly and said with a nostalgic expression, "How many years has it been? At that time, the world was born, and we were both spirit trees that were born at the same time. In those endless years without any living creatures, only the two of us were each other's companions. Although we couldn't see each other, we could feel each other's auras. Later on, when all sorts of living beings began to appear, many of them set their sights on our divine tree, and we gradually lost contact with them. I can't believe I can feel his aura again." Yunxiao's face darkened. "You can sense the aura of the ancient evergreen tree?" He said angrily. "You can sense it? You know that I've been looking for this tree, but you're pretending to be dead? You're only telling me now." The Kunwu divine tree still looked like a child at the moment, and it said with great grievance, "Didn't I just sense it?" Yunxiao walked up to him with an unfriendly look and snorted, "I can sense the distance between the north and the south. How far have we come to the Gentle Song woodland? Do you think I'm an idiot?" He revealed a fierce look and lowered his face, staring at the child. Xiao Wu was shocked. He hurriedly hid behind the small tree and said nervously, "I did sense something earlier, but I wasn't sure if it was him. After all, I've been reborn many times, and he has already evolved into a human form and cultivated to an extremely high level. As expected. I'm just casually saying it. I didn't think you would really hide it from me." Yunxiao rushed up angrily and grabbed Lil Wu. his face ferocious as he said, "You dare to lie to me? I'll show you what I'm made of." He circulated the one chi creation technique and frantically absorbed the soul power from Lil Wu's body. The surging soul power instantly surged into his sea of consciousness and nourished his spiritual consciousness. Even the demonic dragon, who had been cultivating in Yunxiao's soul, felt the fresh energy pouring into it and woke up from its cultivation with joy. "Ah, stop! Stop!" Lil Wu struggled with all his might, and his body kept shrinking. From an 8 or 9-year-old child, he slowly became a 4 or 5-year-old child, and the light on his body became weaker and weaker. When Yunxiao saw that it was enough, he threw him away and said in satisfaction, "I'll forgive you this time, but next time, I'll suck you dry." Xiao Wu fell to the ground and saw that his body had turned back into a 4 or 5-year-old child. He rushed up madly and roared, "Arg! I'll kill you! I'll kill you! How dare you absorb half of my soul power? When will I grow into an adult like this? I don't want to live anymore." But his petite body was no match for Yunxiao, not to mention that they were in the Divine Realm tablet. Yunxiao's slap knocked him to the ground. At this moment, the demon dragon's soul also manifested on Yunxiao's right arm. It stared at Gu with excitement and greed as it drooled and said, "As expected of the Kunwu divine tree, the world's top soul-nourishing tree, that little bit of absorption just now was actually equivalent to several decades of my bitter cultivation." His originally dull body had also become much more solid, as if he had gained a lot. "Young Master Yun," he said greedily, "this kid is still 4 or 5 years old. Let's just suck him dry for a month or two. Just don't kill him. I think you can directly rush to the 7th step." Yun Xiao gave him a look, and the latter was so frightened that he jumped up from the ground and ran away desperately, trying to stay away from the two dangerous things. Yun Xiao also looked very satisfied, as he had benefited a lot. After he fused with the demonic dragon's soul, he directly broke through to the 6th rank. Now that he had absorbed half of Lil Wu's power, he had already broken through to the middle of the 6th rank. However, the higher one's soul power cultivation was, the more accumulation one would need. Even if he absorbed all of Xiao Wu's soul power, he would not be able to break through to the 7th step. Otherwise, he might really have a chance to try. "Forget it, I'll just take a rest." "How's your recovery going?" Yun Xiao smiled with satisfaction. "How's your recovery?" "Originally, I only had 2/10 of my soul," the demon dragon said. "I haven't recovered 3/10 even after cultivating for a long time. Just now, with one breath, I've recovered about 4/10. His eyes glowed with ferocity as he stared at the Kunwu divine tree in the distance. He seemed to be unwilling to give up. Lil Wu was so scared that he immediately hid in his main body's small tree, not daring to come out. "Don't be too greedy, demonic dragon," Yun Xiao said with a smile. "I'll give you a chance. This kid is also constantly growing, so it wasn't easy for him to accumulate this amount of soul power. If it wasn't for the living earth here, he wouldn't have been able to grow so quickly." "N," the demonic dragon agreed and said with some regret, "It's a pity that there wasn't much of the earth's growing soil to begin with. The gourd little King Kong had absorbed it to a smaller size. If I had known earlier, I would have used it to grow this tree." Yun Xiao tilted his head and thought for a moment, then said, "Indeed, too much of the breathing earth has been consumed, and the power of the territory here is a little unstable. After we're done here, I'll make a trip to the Blood God Palace. I remember Chao Yaxing said that their sect has some." The dragon turned into a beam of green light and returned to Yun Xiao's arm. He snorted at the Kunwu divine tree and said, "Remember to tell me the coordinates of the ancient evergreen tree at all times. Otherwise, 1 or 2 months. Humph. You know what I mean?" The Kunwu divine tree shook violently, and its leaves rustled, as if it was protesting or fearing. Yun Xiao's soul form faded from the divine realm tablet and returned to his body. The people in the Temple of Holy Fire were all talking about the blue-robed youth, their faces grave. Feng Zhu sighed dejectedly. "The world is so big, and there are many capable people. We have been cultivating in seclusion all this time. I'm really starting to look down on the world." Qi Guang felt the same way. I can't tell the youth's age at all. However, even I was terrified by the lightning hell just now. If you're put in there, you won't be able to come out alive even if you use a sacred skill. His heart was still palpitating, as if he was still in disbelief of what he had just seen. Not to mention that young man. Tranche shook her head and said, even young Master Yun is an outstanding expert among the younger generation. Even martial emperors like us can't catch up to him. Everyone's eyes fell on Yunxiao. He had not said a word since he came in, as if he was in a daze. Yifan's heart skipped a beat. He patted Yunxiao lightly and said softly, young Master Yun. When he saw Yunxiao's reaction, he asked, you really don't know that young man? I think he's staring at you. Yunxiao smiled and ran his hand through his hair, looking like he was the only one who could do it. We're all standing on the battleship. Who do you think that young man will look at if not us? Humph! The people from the Temple of Holy Fire looked disdainfully at Yunxiao. They fiddled with their hair and collars, dusted off the dust on their arms, and looked at him coldly with unconvinced looks. Qing Luo, who was peeking at the conversation from a distance using a formation disc, cursed in anger. Bah! With your pig-like face. There will be people looking at you. She took out a mirror and carefully fixed the heavy makeup on her face. Shunli, who was standing behind him, felt dizzy. If the young man really knew Yunxiao, then this Li Yunxiao was too terrifying. Yunxiao coughed a few times and said, don't be unconvinced. Some things are innate and cannot be changed later on. Do you think that others can't see me in the void? It's no use. Even though I've been keeping a low profile no matter where I go, I'm like a firefly in the dark, bright and dazzling. No matter how low profile you are, you will be discovered. He revealed a deep melancholy expression, as if he was having a headache over this. Tisk! Everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire looked at him coldly, proudly touching their hair from the front and back. Young Master Yun, Yifan said with a bitter face. Let's get back to the topic. Do you really not know that young man? Qing Luo, who was eavesdropping, also put away her mirror and pricked up her ears, staring at Yunxiao in the image. The heavenly martial realm is so big, Yunxiao said indifferently. There are countless strange people and strange things in it. That young man could be an old man who is hundreds or even thousands of years old. As long as he doesn't affect us, we don't need to care too much. Although this answer did not satisfy everyone, it was reasonable. Qing Luo didn't have much suspicion, but the expression on her face grew even more solemn. Soon, Shun Li brought some of the materials on the list to Yunxiao, and everyone began to meditate in their rooms. Yunxiao swallowed all the materials without any difference, and kept accumulating primordial qi to break through the bottleneck of the 2 stars martial grandmaster. He did not waste the high-grade primordial stones around him. Ignoring the presence of others, he punched out and shattered all the primordial stones. A massive amount of primordial qi spread throughout the room, and he could not even see his fingers. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were all shocked by his exaggerated actions, and they all cried out in pain that it was a waste. When they cultivated, they used them carefully one piece at a time. Although the Temple of Holy Fire used to be extremely powerful, after so many years, their savings had long been exhausted, and they usually lived frugally. They had never seen Yunxiao use primordial stones without blinking, and they were even high-grade ones. 1 qi of creation, absorb. All the pores on his body opened up as if he was breathing thousands of times at the same time. The massive amount of vital qi disappeared around him at a speed visible to the naked eye and was all absorbed into his body. His meridians expanded to their maximum in an instant, unable to withstand the vital qi anymore. At this moment, his body became as smooth as jade, shining with a faint light. After absorbing the excessive yuan qi in his meridians, his entire body looked thicker than usual by more than half. Everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire was stunned. They even forgot to absorb the dense vital qi that was about to liquefy. They all stared at it with wide eyes. Even a martial supreme would explode and die if he were to absorb such a massive amount of vital qi. Why was this kid completely fine? Yunxiao's body opened and closed as if he was breathing, and his primordial qi flowed through his meridians like rivers and seas, breaking through the barrier. Gulp! Feng Zhu gulped as he looked at the yuan qi that was getting thinner and thinner. The amount of yuan qi that the kid had just absorbed was enough for him to break through a level. Qi Guang was also shocked. After absorbing so much vital qi, if he's not dead, he should have advanced, right? Could it be that his comprehension of martial essence isn't enough and he's stuck? It should be, Tranche said in shock. He has just broken through to the 2 stars martial grandmaster level, and it will take him a long time to do so. If he forcibly breaks through to the 3 stars now, I'm afraid he will suffer a backlash. But I don't understand. Where did the yuan qi that was absorbed go? Just a little bit more. Yunxiao's sudden opening of his eyes startled everyone. His eyes flickered like stars as he said, I don't have enough yuan qi. Just a little bit more. What? You still don't have enough yuan qi? All of them were dumbfounded and didn't know what to do. The ring in Yunxiao's hand flickered, and the storage bag Qing Luo had given him just now appeared in his hand. It contained 10 million mid-grade primordial stones, and he smashed them with one palm without hesitation. The vital qi spread out like the sea and washed over his body. The one qi of creation technique was activated, and vital qi was directly injected into his body. His body expanded once again, and his entire body was bulging as if he was about to explode. Yunxiao gave a loud cry as he brought his left hand to his dantian and raised his right hand slightly, then performed an incantation gesture. Under the 2 incantation gestures, the primordial qi around him began to circulate in a certain pattern, spinning around him. Upon closer inspection, it was actually moving in the opposite direction of the human body's great heavenly circuit. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were dumbfounded. They had never heard of such a cultivation method. In Yunxiao's body, the surging rivers, lakes, and seas turned into trickles, gathering bit by bit and constantly washing away the bottleneck. Soon, he stepped up a brand new step and advanced to a 3 stars martial grandmaster. Yunxiao opened his eyes slightly with a smile. He changed his hand seals, and the spiritual qi around him turned into a stream that entered his body, nourishing his limbs and bones. Finally, it entered his dantian. The whole process lasted for 6 to 6 hours, and the people of the Temple of Holy Fire had been watching with their eyes and mouths wide open for 6 to 6 hours. Why aren't you guys cultivating? There are so many free primordial stones here. Don't waste them. Yunxiao stood up and stretched his body, but he did not show any joy from advancing. In his opinion, these were all insignificant matters. The real headache was where he would find such an exaggerated amount of yuan qi for his future cultivation. At this moment, there were no more primordial stones left in the room. The high-grade primordial stones that were placed around him had all been destroyed by him. He had absorbed all of them. Gulp, gulp, gulp. Yifan swallowed 3 mouthfuls of saliva and said with difficulty, Why, young Master Yun? Why you absorbed all that vital qi? Everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire suddenly recalled what he had said when he was bargaining with Qing Luo. Those heavenly treasures were not enough for him to break through to 1 star. So it was true. I'm a little special, Yunxiao said with a wry smile. I'm in a special situation. He suddenly thought of the martial technique that Feng Zhu, Qi Guang, and Shen Bing used when they fought. Every move was integrated with the rules of heaven and earth. Martial sovereigns could condense the rules, and their moves contained the power of heaven and earth. However, martial honorables could only comprehend the heaven and earth, and could not perform the ultimate move of heaven's power. How did Yi Nantian do it? He couldn't help but feel a little itchy in his heart. He grinned and said, My cousin has taught me quite a few powerful moves. Why don't we have a friendly match and exchange some ideas so that we can improve together? The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were all moved. If Li Huaqi had taught him the cultivation methods and moves, they would have been extraordinary, and they all looked eager. Yifan was also happy. Let's forget about sparring. Let's discuss it. The vitality stones in the room were all gone, and everyone was no longer in the mood to cultivate. Instead, they began to discuss cultivation and martial skills. Their inheritances were the peerless martial sovereign Yinantian and the peerless martial sovereign Gu Feiyang. The two top masters had extremely strong comprehension in various fields and had almost reached the pinnacle of martial arts. They were only one step away from the 10 Directions divine realm. They benefited a lot from this discussion. In particular, the people of the Hall of Holy Fire were all shocked and horrified. Yunxiao's eloquence and understanding of many problems were far beyond their imagination. Many of the various insights and moves that Yinantian had left behind could be easily solved by Yunxiao after he listened to them. He explained them in the simplest way, making everyone understand them better. While everyone in the Hall of Holy Fire benefited greatly from this, they also felt dejected. He had always considered himself to be the descendant of a martial emperor and thought that his cultivation and martial techniques were unparalleled. He didn't expect that even martial Emperor Tianqin's martial ancestor-level cousin would be inferior to him. This conversation made all the people of the Temple of Holy Fire dejected and disheartened. In the end, they just sat there in a daze, their eyes blank. Their plans of hegemony seemed to have instantly turned into smoke. Their biggest reliance was the martial emperor's descendant, who had peerless cultivation techniques and the Yin Qi, so that they could find Noah's ship one day. Now that Noah's ship was ethereal and hopeless, and the so-called peerless cultivation technique was nothing more than this was a huge blow to their confidence. And the one who gained the most from this exchange was undoubtedly Yunxiao. He was already at the peak of the martial supreme realm, and now he had learned a lot from Yinantian. With the two together, he seemed to see a broader path. I must read Yinantian's letter. He finally understood the saint's skill. It was a basic skill created by Yinantian. It could trigger the power of the heaven and earth by following the power of nature. It could be integrated into every move and technique, allowing warriors below the martial supreme realm to display this rule force. Although it was very tricky and clumsy, it was already a huge breakthrough. This was undoubtedly a very shocking thing. Other than the absolute advantage in cultivation base, the most powerful thing about a 9 Heavens martial sovereign was his 9 Heavens Emperor Qi and rule force. A martial supreme's domain had already touched the edge of the rules, but it was only an imitation and borrowing. Martial sovereigns, on the other hand, were different. Each of their moves contained the supreme law. In addition to the supreme Emperor Qi of the 9 Heavens, everyone below the martial sovereign realm was an ant. As Yunxiao's mind raced, he kept practicing the basic martial techniques in his mind. His understanding was much deeper than that of the people from the Hall of Holy Fire, and he was constantly improving them. Soon he fell into deep thought. All of a sudden, he raised his hands slightly, clasped 2 fingers together, and chuckled. Although it was an extremely simple action, it shocked everyone in the Temple of Holy Fire, and their eyes were filled with monstrous waves. Although Yunxiao was just gently picking a flower and smiling, there was an indescribable harmony and nature between his 2 fingers, as if that was how it should be. The smile seemed to have existed since ancient times, never increasing, never decreasing, never growing, and never dying. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire were all stunned and petrified. In order to learn this move, all of them had gone through thousands of trials and tribulations, cultivating with great difficulty, before they could have some small success. And the other party had just had a long conversation, and he was already far above them. The shock on Feng Zhu's face was beyond words. He said with difficulty, "Sacred technique." Yunxiao gently separated his 2 fingers, and the power of the natural order suddenly dissipated. He himself looked surprised. He had performed this flower-pinching finger countless times, but the feeling just now was only felt when he performed sword art and great wind cloud palm. It was the circulation of rule force. Yinantian fell into deep thought. The 3 sword moves and the wind cloud palm were created by gathering the rules of heaven and earth and his own martial will. However, these low-level martial skills were only based on the moves themselves and the warrior's understanding. Their power was limited. Yinantian could merge the rules into every martial skill. His understanding of martial arts was even further than Gu Feiyang. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire didn't know what to say. They were all petrified, and their hearts were full of bitterness. They thought they had gained a lot from it, But they didn't expect Yunantian to understand all of Yunanshan's skills when he explained to them. The most terrifying thing was that he could perform it in an instant. He was beyond the description of a genius or a monster. Yunxiao felt that he had gained a lot, and he was in a great mood. Looking at everyone's faces, he smiled and said, "Don't look at me like that. I was just lucky." Feng Zhu's face was uglier than a pig's liver. Is there such luck? They weren't being petty. After all, they had also gained a lot, and they could break through a lot in the future. They were depressed because of the other party's talent, which made them have the thought of not wanting to live anymore. At this moment, there was a commotion outside. It seemed that something had happened. Yunxiao frowned. What's going on? This void seems to be even more chaotic than the outside. Everyone also came out of their rooms and ran to the deck of the warship to take a look. Dozens of people had already gathered, all of them staring ahead. Under the light of the Netherworld battleship's green protective shield, they could see white light bursting out from time to time in front of them. Moreover, a large number of various fragments shuttled back and forth in the chaotic space, crashing toward them. This kind of thing was very common, and it was easy for such a phenomenon to occur when the void was unstable. However, what shocked everyone was that a similarly huge Netherworld warship was drifting in the air in tatters. It was being manipulated by various forces and was rapidly rushing in their direction. Qing Luo stood at the forefront of the ship. Her face was as gloomy as water, and she exuded a cold aura. Xun Li's pupils suddenly contracted, and she cried out in horror, "Lady Qing Luo, this battleship is Baien." As the broken Netherworld battleship rushed in, the huge symbol on it also came into view. There were still bodies floating everywhere in the battleship. They had all died not long ago. There was not a single complete body, all broken. Yunxiao's pupils constricted as well, and his face turned solemn. He had also recognized the symbol of this warship. Qing Luo said in an emotionless tone, "That's right. It's the Mando Merchant Group's warship. And according to the intelligence, the one leading the Mando Merchant Association's team this time should be I Ching. Their organizing ability is not the slightest bit weaker than ours." Her words were like frost, and a layer of ice appeared in everyone's hearts. Since the Mando Chamber of Commerce could be completely destroyed, they would be no exception. Xun Li's face was filled with horror. Who did this? The entire battleship was sent flying into the void. Even a martial sovereign can't do that, right? The people of Tianyi Chamber of Commerce were all silent, looking at the terrible bodies on the starships in the distance. Each of them felt sad for the death of their kind. If he had not been traveling stealthily in the void, but had been flying in the demon land, perhaps those broken corpses in front of him would have been his. "Lady Qing Luo, the warship in front is about to hit us. Please give the order. Should I shatter it? Or should I step into the demon planes from the void?" A gray-clothed old woman stepped forward and asked. Qing Luo's face was filled with hesitation. She pondered and said, "The Mando Chamber of Commerce's battleship should have been destroyed in the demon planes not far ahead. If we enter the demon planes now, I'm afraid we'll encounter those enemies. Let's use the Netherworld strike to destroy it." "Yes." The old woman accepted the order and left, a hint of relief flashing through her eyes. Everyone's heart sank as they looked at the unsightly corpses on the Mando Merchant Group's warship. She was really afraid that Qing Luo would order them to go to the demon planes. Yifan approached Yunxiao and said in a low voice, "They seem to be in cahoots with the people who killed the Flying Frost sect. They all used such cruel methods." Although his voice was soft, everyone present was an expert. Instantly, all eyes fell on him, bursting with cold light. Qing Luo instantly stood in front of him. She glared at him and said sternly, "Do you know who did it?" Yifan was shocked by her aura. He retreated several steps. The people of the Temple of Holy Fire hurried forward and protected him behind them. Yunxiao made a calm gesture and said, "I can't be sure, but the way these corpses died was extremely similar to the Flying Frost sect. Lady Qing Luo, you've seen those corpses before. If I'm not wrong, it should be the skeleton mercenaries. The Mando Chamber of Commerce should have been annihilated by the skeleton mercenaries in pursuit of Tang Jie." "The skeleton mercenaries?" All the experts of Tianyi Chamber of Commerce looked at each other in disbelief. Although the skeleton mercenary group was powerful in the Lightsong woodland, they were just a group of bandits. It was still hard to believe that they could kill the experts of the Flying Frost sect and the Mando Chamber of Commerce. Qing Luo also had a look of disbelief on her face as she snorted. How can a mercenary group have such great ability? The Flying Frost sect was not a sect to be trifled with, and the Mando Chamber of Commerce was not something they could afford to offend. Let's not even talk about whether they have the strength. Do they dare to? What if the force behind the skeleton mercenary group is the starry and lunar illusion? Yun Xiao sneered. What if it's the starry and lunar illusion? Qing Luo's expression changed drastically, and her face turned extremely unsightly in an instant. Her eyes shot into Yun Xiao's body like sharp blades, as if she wanted to see through him and judge whether he was telling the truth or not. But soon, a look of disappointment flashed across her face. No matter how she tried to figure out a way, she could only see a vague fog in front of this young man. She was shocked. The place where the demon clan congregates. The illusionary realm of stars and moon. The demon race and humans rarely interacted, so why would they be in contact with the skeleton mercenaries? Are you confident? Of course, Yun Xiao said proudly. Don't forget that I'm the leader of a newbie mercenary group. What information in the Gentle Song Forest would be clearer than mine? Is that so? Qing Luo turned around and looked at Xun Li. Yes, that's true. Xun Li was shocked and quickly replied. She was very nervous. She did not understand how the skeleton mercenary group had anything to do with the demons, and she did not know whether Yun Xiao had real evidence or was just talking nonsense. If it was the latter, she would be killed. Qing Luo's aura turned cold, and she said in a cold and angry voice, Why didn't I see you report such an important piece of information? Xun Li replied hurriedly, It's just a recent development. I'm not too sure. I think it's a little ridiculous, so I plan to get to the bottom of it before reporting it. Now that I've heard what the city lord has said, I'm sure of it. Her heart was filled with bitterness as she wailed, Li Yun Xiao, you can't kill me. Qing Luo's face was gloomy and uncertain. She felt that things were getting more and more complicated. Now, even the demon race was involved. The battleship's attacks were all ready, and it emitted a strong light. A huge green beam of light shot towards the Mando Merchant Group's battleship wreckage, illuminating the entire void. Boom, boom, boom. The huge Netherworld battleship was shattered by the attack. It exploded into countless pieces, flying in all directions. The body parts that were not destroyed by the bombardment also turned into dust in the air. The effect of the entire scene was extremely shocking, and everyone's hearts were unusually heavy. Due to the huge tremors caused by the explosion, the entire void became extremely unstable. The Netherworld battleship began to experience huge jolts as it shuttled back and forth, and its energy shield also became dim and dark. In the void in front of them, a huge vortex had appeared out of nowhere, and it began to suck in the residual energy in the surroundings. All kinds of spatial turbulence suddenly changed directions and sank into the vortex. The starship also felt a great pulling force, as if it was going to change its course. The people of the Empyrean 1 pavilion looked at the huge black vortex in front of them in horror. They activated the main formation of the battleship to its maximum and tried their best to move forward in the original course. If one were to be sucked into this black vortex, only God knew where it would lead to. Suddenly, Lil Wu's voice rang out in Yun Xiao's spiritual ocean. I can sense Little Green's aura not far away. It's extremely powerful and seems to be fighting. Is this the ancient evergreen tree? Yun Xiao's pupils constricted. It seemed that someone had already found him and made a move. Apart from wanting to take a look at the structure of Noah's ship, his other main purpose in coming to Yao Yuan was to use the ancient evergreen tree to collect the immemorial astral winds from the outer realm. The tearing force is too strong. Lady Qing Luo, let's escape into the demon land, Yun Xiao suddenly said, his eyes gleaming. Under the black vortex, the Netherworld warship was getting slower and slower, as if it could no longer hold on. Everyone on the warship was extremely nervous. If they couldn't make it, they could only enter the demon's land. Otherwise, their life and death would be in the hands of heaven. Qing Luo stared coldly at the center of the vortex. Knowing that she couldn't pass, she gritted her teeth and said, "Enter the demon land." The order was quickly passed down, and the light on the warship suddenly became bright and sharp. This light seemed to isolate the darkness around it, making the warship as bright as day. The battleship began to drift erratically in the light, and it suddenly disappeared into the void, leaving behind only endless darkness. At the same time, a bright spot appeared in the sky above the demon plains. It suddenly became bigger and brighter, and the shadow of a battleship gradually appeared. The light only gradually disappeared when the huge battleship appeared. The Tianyi Chamber of Commerce, Yunxiao, and the others had returned to the sky above the demon land. Somewhere in the sky above the demon plains, Yi Qing's body was covered in blood. His eyes were empty, and he was only gasping for breath as he stared at the opponent in front of him in shock. The man was dressed in golden armor, and his eyes were somewhat strange, giving off a ferocious feeling. However, his body was extremely burly and his face was expressionless. He carried the long-handled battle axe on his shoulder, looking majestic and domineering. The judge, who was not far away, revealed a knowing smile and said, "Fu's appearance has the taste of a great demon." Li looked regretful and sighed. "It's a pity that the four of us have lost too much of our strength. Now, we can only fight with the power of the profound level weapons in our hands. Otherwise, how can we be the opponent of these martial honors?" "It's enough," Xiang chuckled. "These ninth-tier mystic weapons have long been connected to you. They're connected to your minds. Unless he's a 9 heavens realm expert, he's invincible in the 8 desolation realm." I Ching heard this conversation clearly. His eyes were filled with fear as he looked fearfully at the long battle axe on Fu's shoulder. His mind was completely blank. Fu Yu clenched his battle axe tightly and raised it high. His expression was extremely indifferent. He had already lost count of how many times he had chopped his opponent into pieces with his axe. He had long grown tired of seeing the despair in his opponent's eyes. "A Xian flower axe." Fu spat out these 3 words and mercilessly chopped down with his axe. The entire sky trembled as if the earth had collapsed. I Ching poured all of his vital qi into the long sword and slashed out with a roar. At this moment, his eyes became enlightened. He no longer had any intention of surviving. He only wanted to die with the other party. "Foolish." Fu indifferently spat out these 2 words, and the axe light chopped down. Boom! I Ching's sword light was completely submerged under the might of that axe. His entire body was also illuminated by the light until it became transparent. As the strong light gradually disappeared, his physical body turned into ashes. Bang! The sword was of the highest quality. It didn't shatter, but it broke into 2 and fell down. Fu put away his axe and turned to walk in the air. He walked to Shang's back, still with a straight face, and said nothing, as if nothing had happened. Chu Weiwei nodded and stood still on the chariot, as if she was waiting for something. Finally, he smiled and said, "Come out. I know you're beside me. How many years had it been? Do you still recognize me?" Mu Wu and Tang Jie were both shocked. They could not sense anyone around them. Yuan Sun's eyes also flashed with shock, but he quickly regained his frivolous expression. After a few breaths, there was a strange movement in the sky. Water-like waves began to ripple, and a green light grew larger and larger, flickering constantly. From within that green light, a thin-faced young man slowly walked out. It was little Qing. He stared at Shang in confusion and thought for a while before saying, "The way you gave it to me looks very familiar. It's as if we've met before, but I can't remember where." Mu Wu and the others were all extremely surprised. They could not sense the cultivation level of this youth at all. He couldn't even tell his age. It was as if he was a cloud of fog, and no information could be obtained from his body and appearance. The referee laughed, his eyes filled with reminiscence. "Do you still remember the little demon that played on you every day, Shang?" Qing Zhu slowly fell into deep thought. He had lived for countless years, and too many things that had happened to him had long been lost in the long river of history. His eyes suddenly lit up and he said in surprise, "You're Ying Shang? That kid from the Calamity Tower clan." Shang nodded with a smile and said, "I didn't expect you to still remember me. I'm afraid none of my old friends are here." Qing Zhu's face paled in shock. "I remember that was tens of thousands of years ago. At that time, the Huodo clan was the strongest clan among the monster race. It's been tens of thousands of years since I've seen a monster from the Huodo clan. How can you live for tens of thousands of years?" "It's a long story," Shang laughed. "I've come to the demon land specifically to find you." "Looking for me?" Qing Zhu's face became alert and said in a deep voice, "Why are you looking for me?" Shang's smile vanished as he fixed his gaze on Qing. "The monster race has a supreme treasure that has always been in the possession of my clan. It's called the Grand Microscopic Armillary Sphere. Have you heard of it?" Qing Zhu's expression changed greatly. It shook its head and said sternly, "I've never heard of it. What does your precious treasure have to do with me?" He smiled and said softly, "It seems that you already know my intention. The Grand Microscopic Armillary Sphere is on me. It has been maintaining my life for tens of thousands of years, and it is already close to death. In the realm of heavenly martial arts, the only thing that can help it recover is you, the ancient evergreen tree." Mu Wu and the other two were extremely shocked, and their hearts were in turmoil. This mysterious young man was actually the legend of the demon land, the eternal evergreen tree. No wonder no one had been able to find it for so many years. It turned out that it had transformed and could move at will. Qing Zhu's face turned cold. Traces of lightning power bloomed from its body, and soon, a lightning prison appeared in the sky. It stood in it and sneered like an old man. "Shang, I can say that I watched you grow up. I don't know how you survived for tens of thousands of years, but I can tell that you are very weak. It's far from enough to seize my main body. I'm indeed very weak right now, so I hope you can fulfill my wish, little Qing." He nodded and smiled. "You've already taken human form and can exist on your own without your main body. Why would he be so attached to that body? Moreover, in my supreme microscopic armillary sphere, even your shell can still live well." "You talk too much nonsense." The lightning around Qing Zhu's body grew even brighter. It said coldly, "Once I enter your grand microscopic armillary sphere, I will completely become your puppet. Although I don't have much connection with my main body now, with my main body, my cultivation can progress at a rapid pace. Otherwise, the entire demon land will wither, and I will lose my home." "There's no such thing as eternal life in this world," Shang laughed. "Even you can't escape the fate of 5 decrepit phenomena. Why don't you offer your true body to me, and you can become my loyal subordinate? We can pursue that glory together. Isn't that a good choice?" Qing Zhu's smile became even more demonic as it said, "Follow you? Who do you think you are, a peak martial sovereign of the 9 heavens? If that's the case, I can still consider it. However, your current cultivation level is only at the 6 directions realm." He threw a scornful glance at the 4 powerful demons beside E and sneered, "And you guys, you're just relying on the power of your mystic weapons." His cultivation base was a complete mess. "In front of me, you don't have the right to act wildly." As he spoke the last few words, his voice became sharp. He extended his right hand, and a ball of light gathered at the tip of his finger. There were even shocking crackling sounds. As long as he pointed his finger, the entire space would become a hell of lightning. The 4 monsters seemed to have felt the power of the prison of thunder. Their expressions changed and they took out their weapons, which they had been using for tens of thousands of years, to protect Shang in the middle. Mr. Yu transformed as well. His body doubled in size, and his face was ferocious. He held the tail-light sword tightly, ready to attack at any time. Mu Wu and the other 2 rode the Blue Wolf chariot and hid far away. They had all their cultivation at the moment, and did not want to get caught in the crossfire. It was impossible for the Blue Wolf chariot's defense to protect them. Shang's eyes were filled with reminiscence, and he laughed casually. "Little Qing, why do you have to make things so awkward? Am I not a friend? In those years, I cultivated by your side every day and would tell you if there was something on my mind. And after tens of thousands of years, you're the only one left. Humph. Qing Zhu snorted coldly and said arrogantly, "We could have been friends, but since you want to take my true body, you're my enemy." His face darkened, and his entire body seemed to have fused with the lightning. Without any hesitation, he pointed his finger forward. The sky was filled with the crackling light of lightning, as if it was the end of the world. It descended from the sky above Shang and the others, slowly descending. Qing said coldly, "Shang, change your mind and leave the demon land. I can spare your lives for the sake of our past relationship." "Thanks, but I'd still like to try," Shang laughed. At this moment, Li's figure suddenly flickered and appeared beside Mu Wu and Yuan Sun. He struck out a few seals and patted them on the shoulders. In a deep voice, he said, "I'll temporarily release your seals for 2 hours and help us defeat this person. Then, I'll return your freedom." Mu Wu and Yuan Sun's expressions were dark and uncertain. This was their best chance to escape, but only the heavens knew what was up with that seal. If it could only be undone for 2 hours, and these people were killed by the ancient evergreen tree, then it would be really embarrassing. "Humph, you're so stubborn." Qing Zhu's expression became fierce, and it no longer had any reluctance to leave. Pointed its index finger down. The green prison of thunder became violent and fell like heavenly thunder. It wreaked havoc in the world and trapped Shang and the others. Ripple scamper, spatial transformation. Yu's face was twisted. His spiritual power gushed out, but his target was not Lei Ting, but Shang and the others. With his power of the will, the space around Shang and the other 4 was distorted, and they were teleported hundreds of meters away. Boom! When the lightning hell landed on Yu Iren, he roared and his body expanded even more. A milky white light appeared on his skin, and he was actually able to withstand the lightning. Greenie's expression changed slightly. It curled its fingers and a purple-green light flashed on its fingertips. It used a little more strength and the green color of the prison of thunder turned a little darker, as if it was going to turn purple. Not only did the color change, but the nature of the lightning also seemed to have become stronger. Yu's body finally couldn't take it anymore and began to be struck by the lightning. Every time the green lightning fell, it would open a bloody wound on his body. He revealed a painful expression as he struggled to hold on. Whoosh! Several figures flashed in the sky. For great demons instantly crossed the vast sky and surrounded little Qing, attacking at the same time. Fu's hatchet chopped down. He no longer had the calmness he had when he killed I Ching. Instead, his face revealed a ferocious expression. He waved his hands and roared. He spread his wings, and a small white blade appeared in front of his 5 fingers. He rushed forward with a cold glint, grabbing his throat with one hand and stabbing his heart with the other. Ji Zhe's 2 palms were the size of a futon. He raised a millstone high and smashed it down with a roar. The millstone flickered with green light as it rumbled through the sky, distorting the surrounding space. Li was the furthest away. She took a decorative flower drum from her belt and suddenly enlarged it in her hand. It stopped in the air and slammed down with her palm. The sound of the drum shook the sky. The 4 great demons were not strong, but the weapons in their hands had been 100% refined tens of thousands of years ago. The power of a 9th-tier profound armament was something that even a martial sovereign would not dare to underestimate. Qing Zhu was also slightly moved. It retracted its finger and revealed a cold smile. It didn't dodge. In an instant, his body turned into lightning. Except for his head, every part of his body suddenly disappeared. It was all made up of lightning power. The attacks of the 4 people arrived in an instant, but they suddenly lost their target and rushed into the lightning. Only Li's invisible drum sounds shook little Qing's eyes, causing it to reveal a fierce look as it stared at her coldly. Not good. He actually turned his body into lightning. The other 3 immediately realized that something was wrong when their attacks missed. When they wanted to withdraw, the lightning produced a powerful suction force that slowly pulled them in, making them unable to escape. Since you're here, let's enjoy this. Greenie's head said coldly in the lightning prison. It conjured a huge hand and wrapped the 3 of them up, Xiaoinimu profound azure lightning. The green light flickered, and the big hand with thunder and lightning clenched in the air. The power of thunder immediately rushed into the three people's bodies, directly penetrating them. Their entire bodies were charred on the outside and tender on the inside, and they screamed in pain in the thunder. Xiang, who was far away, was also shocked. You've actually managed to cultivate the body transformation lightning, Xianxia? Li's expression changed drastically. The auras of those three people had been completely covered by the lightning. If they hadn't continued to scream in pain, they would have died. The aura on her body skyrocketed, and she madly beat the war drum. Earth-shaking sounds shook the sky, turning into a sharp attack power that rushed into the lightning hell and spread out. Qing Zhu's face was cold. It's useless. My body has turned into lightning. Even if you're a 9th-tier profound armament, you can't do anything to me. Only the Emperor Qi of the 9 heavens can compete with me. Since you've offended me, you should be prepared to die at any time. Renfu, Yi, and Ji used to have the bodies of great demons, but under this kind of lightning, their bodies also gradually collapsed from the electric shock. All of a sudden, a profound level weapon appeared in the sky and fell towards the hell of thunder and lightning. The profound level weapon was round in shape and it kept spinning. Rings of power appeared around it, and there were even specks of starlight that kept on flashing. Its aura spread out, and it was as if the sky had fallen, transforming into the universe and the Ganges, placing itself beyond the 9 heavens. As the silver river spread out, the stars in the sky flickered. Under the power of the stars, the lightning hell dissipated bit by bit and quickly gathered on little Qing's body. Greenie's body turned into lightning and disappeared. When it reappeared, its pupils suddenly shrank and it widened its eyes in shock. The grand microscopic armillary sphere. Didn't you say that he was already dead? Among the stars and the eternal river of the universe, Xiang's figure appeared. He sighed and said, "Its spirituality is indeed on the verge of being extinguished. I don't want to use it unless I have no choice. Shao Qing, you're the only one who can save him. Come after me." Qing Zhu's expression was extremely ugly. The two of them faced each other in the sky. On one side was the eternal river of the universe, and on the other side was the lightning hell sea. The sky was divided into 2 different colors. Follow you? What a joke. As long as I keep going, I'll be able to comprehend all the rules one day and step into the omnidirectional divine realm. But what about you? You're just one of the countless powerful beings who have existed for hundreds of millions of years. Qing replied with a scornful smile. You'll be annihilated sooner or later. What qualifications do you have to make me follow you? Xiang raised his eyes slightly and said, "Because I'll enter the 10 worlds realm before you." Qing shuddered. Under Xiang's star-like gaze, it felt like it believed him. However, reason still prevailed, and it sneered. This sentence has been said countless times by countless powerhouses over the past billions of years. He snorted disdainfully. Since you can still use the grand microscopic armillary sphere, it will be a little troublesome for me to kill these minions. Let's forget about today's matter. You're on your own. He put away the boundless thunder prison and turned into a bolt of lightning, ready to break through the sky. The grand microscopic armillary sphere is being used up every time it's used, Xiang replied indifferently. Since I've made my move, I have to make you stay. Otherwise, the next chance will be even slimmer. He stretched out his hand and gently touched a few strange demon race symbols on the armillary sphere. Golden tadpole-like characters overflowed from the symbols and floated in the air before vanishing one by one. If Yunxiao were here, he would have been shocked. Those golden tadpole-like characters were the same as the ones he had seen in his Great Realm Divine Technique, Great Expansion Divine Technique, and Mount Meru. However, there were still a large number of rare characters that he had never seen before. Z-Wei Art, Shifting Stars. Xiang chanted softly, and a galaxy spread out from his hands, covering the entire sky of the demon land. The sky that was originally bright turned into night, with the galaxy flowing and the sky full of stars. Little Qing's lightning was actually blocked. It was unable to break through the heavenly cycle stars and escape. Its figure appeared with a serious expression. This is the boundary derived from the armillary sphere. Under the stars, even the Emperor Qi of the Nine Heavens can't break it. Do you still want to escape? Xiang looked at Greenie indifferently, but his gaze was getting colder. An angry expression appeared on Qingzhu's face, and it sneered, "Humph, if you're at the peak of the ninth heaven and you can perform the star cycle and the purple star technique to the extreme, even a God realm expert might not be able to break it. But now, Xianxia, take a look at your own cultivation first." Qing shouted, and its body turned into a lightning prison that kept expanding. It then shouted, "Besides, I can feel that this armillary sphere is an arrow at the end of its flight. Since you are determined to die, I will let you and this supreme treasure of the demon race be buried in the sky above the boundless demon land." He raised his hand high and shouted, "Heavenly rule lightning! Boom, boom, boom!" In the night sky, there was a thunderous sound. Then, a beam of light broke through the dark sky and fell on Little Green's body. It illuminated its body of lightning and gradually opened up the dark night. At this moment, in a certain underground cave in the demon plains, two black-robed men who were walking suddenly stopped in their tracks. They raised their heads in shock, and their eyes were filled with shock. "This is a mayfly, the fluctuation of rule force?" It seems to be the rules of the heavens. Who is that young man? His aura is so demonic. I can't sense his realm at all, but he can actually condense rules. He must be a nine heavens martial sovereign. A martial emperor? But why is there only rule force, and not even the slightest fluctuation of Emperor Qi? And it's a little strange. There were too many capable people in this world. What was the profound level weapon in the hands of that demon race brat? Do you recognize it? God knows what it is. Even I feel a slight throb. It should be a top-grade existence among the ninth rank, right? Ninth rank? Is it possible that it's a supreme grade profound level weapon? TSK. Do you think that transcendent grade profound level weapons are cabbages? Other than Noah's ship, there was no second supreme grade profound level weapon in the world. Back then, Gu Feiyang's Star Slasher was known as a transcendent grade, but it was actually only a ninth-tier superior grade technique. That demon race kid's profound level weapon should be at the same level as the Star Slasher. Maybe, but I don't think it's that simple. Who cares? Don't think too much. There's more important things to do. The monster race had existed in the realm of heavenly martial arts for a longer time than the human race, so it was natural that they had a few precious treasures. The illusory realm of the stars and moon isn't something we can casually provoke. Let's go. The Fire Rat King seems to have sensed us. The two of them didn't seem to be moving, but their entire bodies were gradually moving through the cave. In the sky above the demon plains, Xiang's expression was extremely serious. Although he had the grand microscopic armillary sphere, he was confident that he would not lose. However, if he wanted to subdue Shaoqing, he was afraid that the armillary sphere would be exhausted to a point that he would not be able to bear. What's wrong? You want to subdue me, but you don't dare to make a move? Do you really want to use your mouth to subdue me? A bolt of green lightning appeared in Little Green's hand, forming a sword of lightning. It held it in its hand and stood proudly in the air. Fine, I'll take you down and find your original body. All the losses will be worth it. Xiang's eyes darkened. He had finally made up his mind. The stars in the sky seemed to be affected by his determination. They brightened up one by one, and the night sky seemed to be darker than ink. The lightning hell seemed to be suppressed and gradually dimmed. The grand microscopic armillary sphere was a precious treasure passed down from ancient times in the demon clan. It was worshipped like a divine object. It was said that it contained the secret of 10 directions becoming a god. Its quality was even higher than the Noah's ship of the humans, but only some extremely ancient demon clans knew about it. Qing Zhu's expression finally changed. It naturally knew the power of this profound level weapon, but it did not know to what extent Xiang could unleash the armillary sphere's power. Even if it could only unleash 1/10 of its power, Qing Zhu would not be able to win. Fortunately, Xiang's strength was only at the Grandmaster level, and the armillary sphere's aura was weak, so he should have a chance of breaking through. Take me down first, lightning slash. The long sword in Greenie's hand slashed down, and it grew bigger and bigger in the sky. The lightning hell sea was also born, and the green power of lightning split the night in half, slashing towards Xiang. The starlight that has never been extinguished since the ancient times, fall from the eternal sky. Xiang's eyes glowed with a silver light as he looked up at the stars. He pointed at the palace in front of him and said softly, "Starfall!" The stars in the sky trembled and turned into thousands of meteors. They swept across the sky and exploded in the thunder prison. The power of the stars was enough to destroy the world. Greenie's lightning slash was shattered by the meteors, and the broken night sky regrouped. Thousand-li ice ceiling jade heaven lightning. Break! Qing Zhu's expression changed instantly. It clenched its hands and stood up. The lightning around its body became violent and gradually turned into a faint purple color, resisting the power of the fallen star. Purple lightning began to gather in front of it. Lightning flickered in its eyes, and it became colder and colder. Xiang's eyes narrowed as he looked at the purple lightning in the prison of thunder. He could not believe it. "Little Qing, you're actually trying to form purple lightning? Do you want to die?" Qing Zhu's eyes were cold as it said, "I was formed from the Yi with Qi in the world. Even the purple lightning is just a wisp of my evolution. As for you, with your trash cultivation base and armillary sphere, can you withstand my great void jade purple mansion Brahma divine thunder? I'm really looking forward to it, Xiang." Among the 5 elements, thunder was wood, and Tai Wu Qi was the origin of all wood, which could evolve into thunder. Great void Yuqing purple mansion nirvana world, destroying divine thunder, descend to the world. The purple lightning in front of Qing Zhu suddenly dispersed, and a mass of purple condensed in the sky. It frantically absorbed the power in the surroundings, dispersing the dark night. In the purple light, a thick bolt of lightning flashed and suddenly fell. Everywhere it passed, everything fell into nothingness. The boundary of the armillary sphere suddenly broke open, and the ancient starry sky shattered inch by inch. The grand microscopic armillary sphere trembled violently, and the golden tadpole-like characters flashed even faster. Xiang's face was ashen, and the murderous intent in his eyes was almost tangible. The divine lightning that descended was a mixture of purple and green. It wasn't the pure great void jade green-purple mansion Brahma world destroying divine lightning. Otherwise, even a god realm expert wouldn't be able to block it. It should be that little Qing's cultivation base was limited, and it could only do this much. But even so, it still contained a trace of the true power of the great void jade green-purple mansion's nirvana world-destroying divine thunder. That was the power to destroy the world. At this moment, all the forces, martial artists, and demonic beasts in the demon land looked at the distant sky in horror. The feeling of the end of the world surged in everyone's heart. Even little Qing's figure was becoming more and more faint, as if it would disappear at any moment. This thunderous attack had consumed all of its power. Xiang's face returned to its usual calmness. His hands quickly formed a seal, and lines of golden tadpole-like characters swirled around him like ribbons. With every word that appeared, Xiang's aura weakened a little. Under his control, the armillary sphere gradually stabilized. On it, the stars were still flashing and the Milky Way was still flowing. The stars in the sky began to evolve at this moment. From the chaos, the heavens and earth were born. Tao gave birth to 1, 1 gave birth to 2, 2 gave birth to 3, and 3 gave birth to all things. Martial Tao evolution. Qing Zhu's pupils shrank as it looked at the power of heaven and earth in horror. It was as if endless space and time were in its sight. Its own divine thunder power could destroy thousands of worlds, but it was still the power of the laws of heaven and earth. What the grand microscopic armillary sphere displayed at this moment was the deduction of martial arts, which was moving towards the extreme. Among the great demons in the distance, Li's mind suddenly jolted and he said in shock, "Ji, what do you want to do?" Ji, who was beside him, took a step forward with an indifferent expression. In an instant, he shrunk the ground into inches and appeared under the stars in the sky. Xiang's expression changed, and he asked the same question as Li. "Ji, what do you want to do?" "Lord Xiang," Ji replied indifferently. With your current powers and the state of the armillary sphere, you cannot reach the pinnacle of martial arts. You won't be able to take the world-destroying sacred thunder. The aura on his body rose rapidly. A millstone appeared in his palm, which was as big as a futon, and it shone with golden light. Xiang seemed to have understood what he was trying to do. Ji, get out immediately. Ji didn't care at all. Instead, he turned to face the great void jade purple mansion Brahma divine thunder that was coming through space and time. He looked at the golden millstone in his hand with pity and sighed. Lord Xiang, everyone, I'll take my leave first. May I become a star in the sky after I'm born and protect my demon race for all eternity. Don't, Ji, Li cried out in grief, 2 streams of tears flowing down his dull face. The rest of them were also trembling. Yu's face darkened, and his face couldn't be seen clearly. Star Iron Golden Demon Millstone. Ji circulated the vital qi in his body to the peak, but he only had the appearance of an 8 stars martial grandmaster. The loss of power over tens of thousands of years had made him, who had once stood at the peak of the continent, so weak. However, the Gold Demon Millstone was a genuine 9th-tier mystic artifact. It had long been one with his mind and soul. In an instant, the power of the mystic artifact was unleashed to the extreme. It was like an eternity exploding in the void. The golden light bloomed like a flower, illuminating the vast sky in the dark night. Boom! The great void jade purple mansion's nirvana divine thunder swept across and struck the millstone directly. Without any suspense or resistance, Ji's body and the star iron golden demon millstone were instantly turned into ashes. Even a 9th-tier profound artifact would not be able to withstand a single blow from this world-destroying divine thunder. Within the purple and green lightning, there seemed to be a faint soul floating out. It slowly rose up and floated into the endless night sky. It gradually condensed among the stars in the sky and turned into a huge star that was unusually bright. The tears on Li's cheeks stopped flowing. The tears in his eyes glistened, and he bit his lips until they bled. Qing's expression changed. The world-destroying sacred thunder was blocked by Ji Shemming, and its color instantly changed. The purple thunder qi almost disappeared, turning into a light blue lightning, and its power was greatly reduced. Martial Dao deduction. Dao transforms all things. Xiang's eyes were bone-chillingly cold. Circles of energy were released from the armillary sphere. The green lightning attack was suddenly blocked. It was as if an invisible force was resisting it. The space outside the lightning was constantly shattered. Qing Zhu's expression was extremely ugly. It made a hand seal and said angrily, "Don't think that this level of martial arts deduction can block my power. Dragon of Lightning, open." Boom! As if the power had reached a balance, it shattered. Under the guidance of the little green incantation seal, the green lightning suddenly exploded, turning into countless lightning dragons under the starry sky. They shuttled in all directions, trying to blow this world apart. Eft! Xiang finally spat out a mouthful of blood. He raised his hand, and a strange symbol appeared in his palm. He slapped it on the armillary sphere. At this moment, the stars in the sky shone brightly. Under the illumination of the power of the stars, the countless lightning dragons were suppressed. No matter how they struggled, they could not escape the dark sky. The light on Qing Zhu's body grew fainter and fainter, as if it would disappear at any moment. He roared, "Thunder Dragon, explode!" The countless thunderbolts transformed into dragons and instantly grew in radiance. They exploded under the starlight, annihilating all the starlight in the sky. The entire sky was no longer lit up. A huge black hole formed in the sky, devouring everything around it. The black hole didn't just appear in the sky of the demon land. It spread across several worlds and spread terrifyingly. Little Qing, what other trump cards do you have? If you don't have it, then obediently enter my armillary sphere. Now, I'm not only going to take your original body, but I'm also going to refine you back to the Tai Wood Qi. Xiang's voice suddenly rang out in the dark night. It was emotionless and cold. Qing Zhu's body trembled. The light on its body was dim and unstable, and it could no longer summon any strength. He felt his entire body being bound by a force as he flew up into the sky. His destination gradually brightened up. It was the grand microscopic armillary sphere, emitting a faint light. Xiang stood beside him with a cold expression. The light on the grand microscopic armillary sphere was also very weak, and it could be seen that it was already an arrow at the end of its flight. But even so, little Qing had no other way. He had exhausted all his energy and could only watch helplessly as he was slaughtered. In the distance, Mu Wu, Yuan Sun, and Tang Jie were all dumbfounded and completely petrified. The battle just now had completely exceeded the scope of his understanding and cognition. He only felt that he was like a small boat in the ocean, drifting with the current under those supreme forces, and could capsize at any time. As Greenie was gradually recalled, the various forces in the sky also gradually dispersed. A terrifying battle had finally come to an end. Xiang's face was extremely pale, and his eyes were as cold as ice. On the other hand, Qing Zhu's face was filled with despair. Boom, boom, boom. Suddenly, the space fluctuated, and everyone's hearts thumped. It seemed that some powerful figure had arrived. Ripples spread across the vast sky, and a netherworld warship slowly sailed out. The people on the warship were all confused, and the majority of them were women. This is Xianxia, Tianyi Chamber of Commerce? Under everyone's astonished gazes, the netherworld battleship of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce made its grand entrance. This is a Kasaya. The first thing Yunxiao saw was Xiang and little Qing. Little Qing's body was now shrouded in a dim light and looked defeated, while Xiang was staring at their warship with a cold face. Not good, little Qing is dying. Her aura is so weak. Xiao Wu's voice was heard, and he said in a hurry, "Quickly save him." Yunxiao's heart jolted. At first glance, he recognized Xiang as the man in the center of the demon's sacrificial array. Although he could not see his face clearly at that time, he had recognized him at first glance. Soon, he found that Yu and a few other monsters, as well as Mu Wu and the others, were all there. Lady Qing Luo, these are the members of the skeleton mercenaries. Let's go. Yunxiao cried out as he soared up from the warship and headed toward little Qing. Qing Luo and the others also discovered Tang Jie's existence, and their eyes revealed great joy. Mu Wu and Yuan Sun, on the other hand, were looking at Yunxiao with a stunned expression. Qing gave Yunxiao a weak look and said in surprise, "It's really you, Lil Wu?" Xiang's eyes darkened and he snorted coldly. He flicked his index finger on the axis of the armillary sphere, and a beam of starlight streaked across space and shot down. In his eyes, Yunxiao was a piece of trash whose cultivation base was not even as good as his, and he could kill him in a second with a snap of his fingers. In the distance, Yu's heart trembled as he shouted in shock, "Lord Xiang, he's the one!" Xiang frowned and could not react for a moment, but he saw Yunxiao twist his body in the air and avoid his lightning-fast killing strike in a strange posture. Then, a golden light flashed between Yunxiao's eyebrows, and the divine realm tablet suddenly came out. Two streams of territory power spread out and suppressed one side of the sky. The other party was the demon race within the sacrificial array. Coupled with what had happened to the Flying Frost sect and the Mando Chamber of Commerce, he did not dare to be the slightest bit careless. He used all his trump cards right from the start. Xiang's eyes fell on the divine realm tablet and felt the power of the territory that had locked the space. His pupils suddenly shrank, and he looked horrified. Rain had reported to him about this young man's situation. Not only was he extremely powerful, but he also had a profound-level weapon that was no less powerful than the Tai Wei armillary sphere. He didn't react to Rain's shout just now, but now that he felt the pressure of the territory power, he understood. The armillary sphere's absorption power seemed to have been interrupted by the power of the territory, and little Qing stopped in midair. He was extremely anxious. After paying such a huge price, if he couldn't capture little Qing, all his efforts would be in vain. "Brat, get lost," he said angrily. He slapped his palm on the armillary sphere, and a cluster of stars emerged behind him. But the range of the stars was limited, and they all came crashing toward Yunxiao. Yunxiao was also taken aback. A mystic artifact that could produce such a phenomenon was definitely not an ordinary item. He grabbed the divine realm tablet, circulated his spirit power, and threw it at the armillary sphere like throwing a discus. As an alchemist, he was passionate about the study and refinement of profound-level weapons. He did not cherish the profound-level weapons themselves, and even the divine realm tablet, a supreme-grade profound-level weapon, was like a ball to him. The golden light on the divine realm tablet shone brightly, and all kinds of symbols flashed one by one. They drew a long golden line in the air and struck the strange phenomenon in the starry sky. Xiang's expression changed drastically. He was now on the brink of death. He barely managed to use the armillary sphere, but how could he withstand the impact of the divine realm tablet's two forces of territory? The phenomenon in the starry sky dissipated at that moment. Moreover, the divine realm tablet's target was the grand microscopic armillary sphere, so it crashed into it directly. Boom! The two pieces of transcendent-grade, profound-level weapons clashed together and a strange light burst out. It spread out in circles and the two profound-level weapons seemed to be stuck together, constantly squeezing each other. The grand microscopic armillary sphere was already at its end, and the power that the divine realm tablet could exert was very limited. It had actually formed a delicate balance and was at a stalemate. A black color started to appear around the two profound-level weapons and started to spread outwards. Golden tadpole-like characters also started to rise from their bodies. They flashed into the black chi and were extremely dazzling. In the end, they disappeared. Yi's pupils constricted, and his sharp eyes stared at the golden tadpole-like characters on the divine realm tablet without blinking. His eyes were full of excitement, and his body trembled slightly, as if he was forcing himself to remember it. Xianxia's face was also solemn. He had never seen most of the tadpole-like characters on the Taiwei armillary sphere, so he did not care about them at first. But when he saw Xiang's excitement, he began to remember them. Boom, boom, boom. Under the pressure of the two profound-level weapons, the sky let out a muffled sound and was shattered everywhere. Bang! All of a sudden, a shattering sound came from the Taiwei armillary sphere, and a tiny hole appeared on the axis of heaven that was revolving above it. Although the sound was soft, it was like a thunderclap in Xiang's heart. His eyes were hollow from shock, and his mouth was wide open enough to fit a foot in. He looked as ugly as he could be. He instantly came back to his senses and realized that things were bad. It was just that this armillary sphere had been passed down for countless years, and he had never heard of it being damaged. Even if his life force was about to dissipate, he would at most be jolted back. But he didn't expect it to be shattered by the other party's profound weapon. That was a sacred item passed down from ancient times. It was actually destroyed. He was so shocked that he felt a chill all over his body. He no longer cared about grabbing Xiaoqing and hurriedly made a hand seal to retrieve the armillary sphere. After breaking the axis of the armillary sphere, the divine realm tablet had also been greatly consumed. It lost all its light and flew back into Yunxiao's forehead, then floated above his dantian as if it had fallen asleep. Yunxiao's face was also extremely pale. Under the attack just now, all the spiritual energy he had circulated had been consumed. However, Xiang's situation was even worse. The armillary sphere was connected to his mind, and the damage to the axis had not only depleted the armillary sphere's last bit of life force, but it had also caused him great damage. His body was swaying in the air, as if he was going to fall at any moment. Qing Zhu felt the binding force on its body suddenly disappear, and it instantly recovered. He was overjoyed. Using the last of his strength, he turned into a bolt of lightning and was about to disappear into the sky. The great demons were both shocked and furious. They rose into the sky and charged over. However, other than Li, the other three were covered in injuries, especially Yu, who was a bloody mess. He gritted his teeth and slashed with his sword. The people on the Netherworld battleship snorted coldly. Apart from Yu, who was a martial emperor, the other three were all martial grandmasters. How could they pay any attention to them? They showed contempt and attacked boldly. However, as soon as they touched it, the result left everyone dumbfounded. Several martial emperors of the Empyrean One Pavilion were instantly turned into ashes. Qing Luo's heart jolted and she rushed out in horror. She expanded her domain in an attempt to trap the three of them. However, she was shocked to find that they were not affected at all. Instead, an aura of death enveloped them. At this moment, a few powerful auras that had been hidden in the battleship also appeared. 3 rays of light shot towards you and the others. Yunxiao's face flickered as he looked at the profound level weapons in the hands of the few demons in horror. They were 100% genuine 9th-tier fluctuations. He immediately reacted. Qing Luo and the 3 martial venerables were definitely not able to stop these great demons. Although they were all severely injured, the profound level weapons in their hands were still emitting a soul-shaking aura. He shouted at Mu Wu and Yuan Sun in the distance, "Hurry up and attack!" Mu Wu hesitated for a moment, then resolutely stepped into the air and attacked the demons. Yuan Sun's eyes narrowed slightly, still wavering. Yunxiao's face turned cold as he said in a cold voice, "Do you still want to be a woman in this life?" Yuan Sun's entire body trembled, and he seemed to have given in. He braced himself and charged at the great demon. In his eyes, becoming a real woman was more important than anything else. "You guys deal with these scum. I'll go save Lord Shang," Yu roared, her face filled with rage. Fu Ye's body was covered in blood, and his face could not be seen clearly. He raised his battle axe high and shouted, "All of you, go over there. Leave this trash to me." A Xian flower axe. He let out a loud shout and swept his battle axe across the sky. The light cut across the sky and covered all 4 people of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce. He wanted to kill them in one blow. "Be careful, everyone." A martial honor expert of the Tianyi Chamber of Commerce shot a cold look at her. He raised a small green flag high in the air, and instantly, 4 large flags appeared around him. They fluttered in the wind and protected Qing Luo and the 4 of them. The Xianhua axe struck the big flag and with a loud bang, the boundary formed by the 4 big flags suddenly split open. The small green flag in the hands of the martial honored was also broken with a bang. The might of a 9th-tier profound armament was unstoppable. If not for Little Green's ability to transform its body into lightning, it would have been killed by the attacks of the great demons without even needing the referee to intervene. Although the talisman could exert 100% of the axe's power, the consumption was also great. The axe just now had absorbed all the vital qi in his body, and he was completely pale, almost unable to stand. Qing Luo and the other 3's faces also turned pale. They knew very well how powerful that battle flag was. Yet it couldn't even withstand a single blow from the enemy. They instantly felt a chill run down their spines, and their will to fight was completely dispelled. They quickly retreated back to the Netherworld warship. When Talisman was released, Yuan Yi had rushed past the people of the Tianyi Merchant Association and headed towards Shang. Mu Wu took a step in the air, and a cold, rhombus-shaped, profound level weapon appeared in her hand. She smashed it down on their heads and shouted coldly, "Stop! You're looking for death. Break." Isha spat out 2 words with a strong killing intent. He swiped his claw down and the 5 sharp blades immediately cut 5 spatial cracks in the sky. Mu Wu's rhomboid profound level weapon was destroyed with a bang. The spatial cracks were blocked and 3 of them disappeared immediately. The remaining 2 grew bigger and bigger, heading towards Mu Wu, wanting to cut him into pieces. The heart of spring. The sound of stellar energy could be heard. Several green streams of energy shuttled through the air in a strange trajectory, forming a slash in front of Mu Wu, ruthlessly clashing with the 2 spatial cracks. Boom! The green and black energy collided and completely disappeared. The shockwaves were extremely strong, shattering Mu Wu's white clothes. His long hair fluttered and he took a few steps back in the air before stabilizing himself. However, there was no fear in his eyes. Instead, he became more and more excited, and his fighting spirit swelled. Yuan Sun appeared from behind him and said gently, "Fortunately, he acted in time. Otherwise, you would have been turned into minced meat." His gaze greedily scanned Mu Wu's body from head to toe. Mu Wu's white clothes were in tatters, revealing a tight white suit. Her slender figure was extremely good, and when Yuan Sun's eyes landed on her, They were filled with splendor. Eft. Mu Wu spat out a mouthful of blood. The qi and blood in her body, which had been in turmoil from the aftershock, finally stabilized. Hearing this pervert's words and his lecherous gaze, he couldn't suppress it any longer and vomited blood. He gritted his teeth and said, "If you look at me again, I'll kill you first, you pervert." Yuan Sun's eyes were filled with hidden bitterness as he muttered, "I know you don't like me, but when I become a real woman, we can try dating. I won't let you down. Pervert, die." Mu Wu couldn't take it any longer. She couldn't care less about the enemy in front of her, and she threw a punch at Yuan Sun. The force of the punch caused the air to explode, and it shot out like a chain of pearls. He had used 100% of his power in this punch, and it was even more ruthless than when he was dealing with Wing. He wanted to blow up this freak with one punch. "You heartless man." Yuan Sun's eyes flashed with a smile. Mu Wu had only just become a 2-star martial supreme not long ago, and was still a far cry from his peak 3-star strength. He gently pushed out his palm and blocked the fist force. Then, he suddenly changed his direction and flew towards Yi. He smiled and said, "I don't want to fight with you anymore. If I annoy that kid and he doesn't want his master to become a woman for me, then I'll really be screwed." Wing's gaze grew colder. He had wanted to push the two aside, but seeing that Rain had already taken a step ahead, he turned and slashed at Yuan Sun, but his hand held back. This Yuan Sun's physique seemed to be extremely unique, and it might even involve their demon race's mother. They couldn't kill him. This gave Yuan Sun an opportunity. His cultivation was much higher than Wing's to begin with, and the other party could only easily suppress them with the power of a 9th-tier profound artifact. Now that they were holding back, they were in a very passive position. Qing's body gradually disappeared in the sky, turning into a faint shadow. It looked at everything coldly and said, "Shang, we'll meet again soon. Stay with me in this demon land forever." After he coldly said this, his entire form completely disappeared, leaving only a faint wisp of green smoke that rose and drifted in the air. "Qi, this young master saved you, and you ran away without even saying a word of gratitude. Little Wu, why is your friend so uncultured?" Yunxiao cursed lightly, but there was a smile on his face. His eyes flickered as he stood in the air and began to think quickly. Shang's face was extremely pale. Not only was his armillary sphere destroyed, he was also severely injured. Furthermore, even if he wasn't injured, he had lost the armillary sphere. He was only a martial ancestor realm demon, and he had no hope of obtaining the eternal evergreen tree. The duck that was in his mouth finally flew away, and he even got a mouthful of duck feathers. All his efforts were in vain. Shang was so angry that he coughed up another mouthful of blood. He poured all his anger on Yunxiao, and the killing intent in his eyes seemed to have taken form. He gritted his teeth and spat out 2 words, "Damn it!" He formed a huge demonic rune seal with his hands and rushed over. Yunxiao stared at him coldly. Instead of retreating, he took a step forward to meet him. The man in front of him had the same cultivation base as him. Among the same level, who could rival him except Dijia, who had been suppressed for countless years? "Who do you think you are? In the realm of heavenly martial arts, there has never been anyone who can judge my life and death, and there will never be anyone in the future." The wind was strong and the clouds were flying. He took a small step forward and felt the rhythm of the fluctuation of heaven and earth. He gently raised his hand and performed a few strange movements. The power of rules began to gather bit by bit. The power of wind and cloud was all gathered in his palm, and the sky changed color. The eyes of the people from the Hall of Holy Fire, who were watching the battle from the Netherworld battleship, almost fell to the ground. They could not help but want to cry. Yunxiao's strange movements were the basic movements of their sacred skills, which were used to feel and capture the power of laws. The way he performed them so smoothly was even more satisfying than what they had been practicing for decades. The wind and clouds rise in the world, and the wind and clouds are all up to me. Shang's body came to a sudden stop. His eyes were filled with shock. The power of the wind and clouds came roaring, and clouds appeared in the sky around him, sealing the space around him. Under this wind and cloud palm, he actually felt an irresistible feeling. This was something that had never happened in tens of thousands of years. "Be careful!" Rain roared and rushed up hysterically. He had also felt the power of the palm. With Xiang's current cultivation level and injuries, there was no way he could take it. But he was still a step too slow. Boom! The demonic runes in front of Yi were annihilated like paper, and his entire body was thrown far away, spraying a long trail of blood in the sky. "Lord Xiang!" Li Fu Yi and you all roared. Li was the one who had preserved her strength the most. She turned into a beam of light and chased after Xiang. Fu Jian was greatly stimulated by the fact that Xiang had been sent flying. His body was empty and had no primordial qi left, but he suddenly felt a burst of anger and forcibly raised his cultivation level, then roared and rushed at Yunxiao. On the battleship, Qing Luo's eyes narrowed as she hurriedly ordered, "Face that demon and kill him. My three lords, let's attack together and kill this man." Fu's axe strike had scared them out of their wits, and it was only later that they found that the other party was already an arrow at the end of its flight. Now, seeing Yunxiao unleashing his divine might above them, they mustered up their courage again. She also knew very well that if Yunxiao had not attracted everyone's attention, these demons would have killed him and then turned to kill her, and no one would have been able to escape. Yi Fan also said to Feng and Zhu, "Two elders, attack as well." Now, they were grasshoppers tied on the same rope as Yunxiao, and it was comfortable to watch the battle. If they didn't make a move after the battle ended, it would be inexcusable and they wouldn't be able to answer to anyone. Feng and Zhu understood immediately, running toward the wing. Yuan Sun and Mu Wu, who had been able to pin down Wing, went on a rampage after Xiang was sent flying, forcing the two into a corner. The Netherworld battleship emitted a dazzling light. A Netherworld attack suddenly blasted out. At the same time, Qing Luo and the other four martial supremes attacked Fu together. Fu Yi was determined to kill Yunxiao. When he saw the powerful force coming at him, he gave an unwilling roar and slashed at the warship with bloodshot eyes. Mr. Yu, who was the closest to Yunxiao, was also furious. He threw his head back and roared. At that moment, his body had transformed into a demon, gradually leaving his human form and beginning to form a demon body. His body had been severely injured in Little Qing's Thunder Hell, and all the hidden dangers that he had suppressed with a secret technique were exposed. He began to lose control of his body and kept transforming into a demon body. Soon, he had turned into a huge demon covered in long gray fur and with two arms as thick as mountains. Roaring furiously, he lunged at Yunxiao. He actually returned to his ancestors? Yunxiao sneered, but his face gradually turned cold. The murderous aura around him spread out as he said in a cold voice, I lost to you twice. This time I'm going to get back at you. Don't say that I'm bullying you because you're injured." Rain's power after turning into a demon had even exceeded that of her normal human form. However, her mind had fallen into a kind of madness, and her eyes were misty, with only killing intent. The mountain-like fist smashed down with pure physical strength, giving off a feeling of shaking the heavens and earth. Yunxiao looked at him coldly, and the fighting will in his body rose to its peak at this moment. He had seen the battle of the physical body and the imperishable golden body, but he had never taken a step back. He raised his arm slightly, and a green dragon pattern appeared. A terrifying demonic qi spread out. After being nourished in Yunxiao's soul and obtaining the soul power of the Kunwu divine tree, the demon dragon had recovered about 30 to 40% of its strength. At this moment, the power of the two combined was enough to break the sky and crack the earth. Soul Battle Technique Dragon Breaking Fist. The entire sky was filled with demonic aura. Not only the rain, but even Yunxiao seemed to have been demonized. Under the influence of the demonic dragon, the aura around him became strange, and a terrifying dragon's shadow emerged behind him, opening its mouth and roaring. The dragon's roar soared into the sky and resounded through the 9 heavens. Rain's body trembled. Not only him, but even Ihafu felt a huge wave in his heart. A trembling feeling that came from his bloodline surged up in his heart. The demonic dragon was the descendant of an ancient true dragon and a great demon. Although it was only a soul, its soul contained a proud dragon chi and the pressure of a great demon, which was extremely powerful to the members of the demon clan. Only by stepping into the Nine Heavens realm, condensing the Emperor Chi, and becoming a Nine Heavens martial sovereign could one ignore the pressure and fear of the inheritance in the bloodline. Boom! The two fist winds collided, and a terrifying force squeezed on the two fists. The surrounding space was constantly shattered, and a dark hole appeared. They were actually evenly matched. But in this stalemate, the advantages and disadvantages were immediately revealed. Yu's body was slowly losing its support and was showing signs of collapse. Although Xianxia was also gritting his teeth and his face was pale, he became more and more courageous as the battle progressed. His tyrant body tempering technique directly absorbed part of his opponent's attack and transformed it into his own strength. After a long time, the winner was obvious. Boom! Mr. Yu's mountain-like fist shattered, and he howled in pain. His entire arm exploded, and blood splattered everywhere. Dong, dong, dong! All of a sudden, a series of earth-shattering war drums reverberated. Every beat shook everyone's heart, like a heavy hammer strike. It made everyone's chi and blood surge, as if it was about to burst out of their bodies. Some of the weaker warriors on the Netherworld battleship were knocked unconscious by the sound of the war drums. Some of them even vomited blood and went into a state of madness. After shattering Yu's arm with a punch, Xianxia was also exhausted. The demonic dragon's figure turned extremely dim and returned to his body. The war drums beat, shattering his eardrums and making his body feel like it was about to collapse. He looked over in shock. In the distance, Li's face was cold. A huge battle drum appeared in the air. Her right hand kept hitting the drum, causing the world to tremble with every hit. Shang, on the other hand, was being massaged by one of her hands, and his death was unknown. But I don't think he's dead. Yunxiao's eyes flickered. If he's dead, he would not be so calm. A miniature version of the dynasty bell appeared in his hand, and he began to ring it gently, isolating the sound of the war drums from the surroundings. Come back, Li shouted softly. As the sound of the drums spread, it still reached everyone's ears clearly.